An excursion. Where those words are stored? Who knows, man? But welcome back to Longdeath. The big ass hole in the ground. The big ass hole in the ground that's slowly growing. We made some progress yesterday. We still don't have a use for the giant tower in the sky. Maybe I'll actually put a roof on that today. Maybe I'll set that as a goal for today. We'll build on top of the tower in the sky. The progress that we made today, though, is you might notice there is a new little pathway right there, kind of in the middle of the screen. Love and loss. That's a good one. Did you just get that? But we made this kind of new pathway that comes along here. All right, it goes over to here, across to here, up to this, and then a very steep, precarious ramp that goes down really, really quickly to here, and a bright frickin' electrum trading depot. And then I've put a roof on top of it, so my traders hopefully won't just get dive bombed by buzzards. The big asshole, yes. The fortress, that's a gigantic asshole. Well, maybe not a gigantic asshole, but you know what I'm saying. We have a hobo over here in the corner who's apparently depressed. Since when? Wants decent meals. He's been away from family. Dejected after dwelling upon a recent meal. Not having a good food for a while. Horrified. Okay. It's horrified reliving seeing Stone 2 die. Well, so Hobo's having some PTSD problem. Currently, he's forging a menacing spike. Now he's forging another menacing spike. Well, hang in there, Hobo. I'd like to see you sort your shit out and, you know, get over that PTSD, because that's a sad time to live. Nobody likes PTSD. But Hobo and with the help of King are forging all of the menacing spikes. Grocery shopping barons. Enjoy the grocery shops. Any children committing crimes? Not recently. I mean, the most recent crime was Quatch 2. It's been a while since we've had any like issues like with children. I did have who was it that was tantruming? I did have a few tantrums, but like no actual problems. I want to say Aegis tantrumed once, but like again, like he still has no ability to stand, and he's disgusted dwelling upon retching on miasma. But again, like he's impervious to the effects of stress. You don't know when you died? You died a while ago. And the reason you died, Zapdos, was because there was a cave-in. In which splat, I think. It was either cave-in or you ran... Actually, no. You died in the great beating of everybody in the fortress. When we still had a Baroness. And she was all like, yo, don't export amulets. And then stopped saying, yo, don't export amulets. So I exported a bunch of amulets. And then everybody got prison sentences. And because we didn't have enough prison cells, everybody just got their foreheads caved in. And, no, there's been a few tantrums. There's been quite a few tantrums, actually. We had quite a few tantrums for a couple of years there. I'd say the only real legendary tantruming dwarf I ever had was Padinsky. The reason Padinsky is so legendary is because tantrumed, murdered somebody, went to prison, was fine, stopped being depressed, and then got depressed again, tantrumed, murdered somebody, went to prison, and now is fine, and has been fine ever since. No problem. That'll be normal. So yeah, no, you died Zapdos, because you went to prison. And the reason you died because you went to prison was because the river froze over and we didn't have access to any water, and I hadn't made a well yet. So you actually died of thirst. And I did do some things to try and fix that issue, but yeah. I feel real bad. The yearly purges are good for dwarven health? No. But sometimes a dwarf will, like, get really... Here's the thing. I think dwarven mental health kind of has a rubber banding effect where, like, it'll get really bad, and then something can happen. And I'm going to read through this dwarf's, like, mental state in a second. Because I think, like, there's a point with dwarven mental health where they get so far gone that they just snap back and come back. Like, they get impervious to the effects of stress or something. But with this dwarf, he's not depressed anymore and hasn't tantrums since. He's in a constant state of internal rage. He's incredibly calm due to a strengthening after suffering a major injury in 44. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, after 39. He is never moved by the emotions of others and never fails out to seek out the most strange, stressful, and even dangerous situations. He is conflicted by this as he finds tranquility preferable. Like, are you impervious to the effects of stress now? Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Tends to make a small mess of his own possession. He can handle stress. After retching on miasma... No, a turnaround after suffering a major injury in 43. And I think ever since then, because he was always super depressed, after 43, the major injury, he's just, like, slowly improved. Quite ambitious. Tends to act impartially. Rarely moved to mercy. Yeah, like, it's funny, like, with some dwarves, a trait will change in their head, and it'll make them just fall over the deep end and never come back. But with other dwarves, they can fall over the deep end, and that stress can cause a trait to change, which then rubber bands them back to, okay, I don't know, it's fascinating. Like, after killing Cass, like, this dwarf tantrumed and killed somebody, went to prison, came out of prison, got beaten up, lost his ability to stand, and since then has, like, recovered. And it's fascinating to follow. Also, his father's dead, but his mother's still up and about. His mother's actually our expedition leader now. So, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Aegis is a fascinating dwarf. We have a few of those. Like, that's really what this is. It's just documenting, like... It's really just documenting dwarven mental health in the long term. And is cripplingly shy, yeah. So it's like he's too shy to ever show his true anger, I guess. Also, interesting. Squug is leading a stonecrafting demonstration. And is real happy about it. He's satisfied after teaching stonecrafting, but doesn't feel anything after getting into an argument. Fondness after talking with a friend, and amused remembering wearing old clothing. Are you saying that old clothing has become a positive memory? Personally believes that it would be a fine thing indeed if all the world would operate... If all time were leisure time, thinks that Squug does everything. So this is our old sheriff. So has a couple of kills on dwarves and was kind of a hated dwarf for a bit there. Does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress after seeing Warden die. Is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise, and he has something to say. He despairs of anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope, is impervious to the effects of stress, a strengthening after seeing Morden's dead body in 37. Right? Like, I don't know. I like wearing old, like, shitty t-shirts and stuff. Like, I have a t-shirt that has, like, a fucking hole in the armpit that I'd never wear outside, but I'll wear on stream, and I love it. It's comfy. And I actually wore it to my mom's house the other day, and my mom, like, looked at it and was like, holy fuck, that shirt's, like 15 years old. Like, yeah, probably. Like, I haven't gotten that much bigger in the since I was 16. Like, it's a little small for me, but generally, like, it just fits me. I don't know. Checking in with these dwarves has been weirdly interesting. I don't... Chad, has it been as interesting for you guys kind of following along? Because I know that some people like Pispun, who's just, like, been fine this whole time. Like, you want to acquire something. You really want abstract thinking, actually. You also want to practice a craft. Well, the one craft that is just endless here is weaving. So maybe I can give you weaving. And you know what? Since you really want to practice a craft, let's give you blacksmithing. Oh, dude, the dwarves have been pondering reproductive behavior for, like, the last 20 years. It's been police reproductive behavior and a few others. Animal diets was another one that they were pondering for a really long time. You know what? Let's also give you metal crafting and weaponsmithing. Because this dwarf's been around for a long time. Would you look at that? The outpost liaison from Astadubar has arrived. The dwarves from the mountain homes. It's good to see them. How many carts did they bring this time? 2? So, for those of you who haven't seen the new cart showing up animation, it's pretty good. Just check this out. Check this out. That meme that Stupid just posted. Yo, Stupid, could you repost that in post memes? If you're lurking. It's gonna nuke that, because that definitely needs to go in the post memes room. Cheers. What did you get for lunch, Focal? That's the important question. We've only really been reading, like, Dwarf Moods a little bit, so you haven't really missed much. What do I really have to trade? Plant pots, probably. Actually, no, we should trade. We should fucking trade some cloth. Because we've been making so much cloth. It's, like, actually a problem. Obviously, I don't want to trade all of it, but, like, I got a lot. Let's sell them a couple menacing iron spikes. Why not? And metal bars. We'll bring some bar block bins. Trying to, like, actually, like, legitimately think of what the dwarves would be selling. Got a lot of splints. I keep buying these splints off the elves because I don't know what else to buy from them. I don't know why I have a lye barrel, but I guess we can sell that. A couple meat pots. Couple plant pots. Couple drink. Well, no, not all of the drinks. That's bad. Couple drinks. There we go. Garbage trucks here, it seems. Yeah, that'll be fine. Have a plant processor in a farmer's shop. Go over to the farmer's workshop and make the processed plants job. Okay? If you have rope reed or pigtails planted, pigtails will grow. This will get you seeds back from them. And then you need a loom, and a weaver will just automatically, by default, go grab the processed plants and make it into pigtail cloth. It's very, very simple. Just process plants. Yeah. And that'll get you pigtail seeds. Super easy. It's one of those things that sounds like it's probably really complicated, but I have like 1,000 pigtail cloths. Just because I have it passively running in the background. And I don't even do it in the manager screen. I literally just hit Q, go to the farmer's workshop, hit add new task, process plants, hit R, and it'll just work on repeat. And it'll automatically cancel itself out if you run out of pigtails. Yeah, they will just make cloth. Well, auto loom, all thread. You need a farmer with the process plants job. So, but it's one of those jobs that they'll just kind of come with. But I always just have a few farmers that just, if you go into the farming screen, plant processing. Yeah, you just need to have a farmer with the plant processing job, and they'll just do it. And it's very quick, so you can kind of give it to them as a side job. I usually just have a couple planters that have that job. Request trader at the depot. Who's not doing anything yet? Yeah, no, I mean, that'll do it. My name is Mistum from the Mountain Homes. Could you please put up a railing on the ramp down into the fortress? It's goddamn steep. Curse Armok if something were to happen to us. There is much to share. We are updating your maps with more world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? So something that I really want to do today is I want the humans to come trade with me, but I'm fucking scared that they're going to invade us. But we're going to take a big risk today. I am going to send a squad out to demand tribute from the humans. We're going to take a big risk. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your crafts workshop. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to look over the documents. Mistum says, screw, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. So I'm going to take a risk. These guys, all the way down here. The human hamlet of Anvilglode. Going to create a new mission. But I'm going to go into the details. And I'm going to set it to demand ongoing tribute. Why am I doing it to the humans? Have I gotten a chance to use the spike trap? No, not yet. The goblins used to send squads to scout. Wanting some danger? Not really, but I want to trade with them. I want them to know that I'm here. So, I'm hoping this doesn't start a war. It might. Live in bootleg Florida? Well, I mean, considering it's bootleg Florida is mostly inhabited by the massive population of kobolds. Yeah, seems about right. I mean, it's the only way to really say, hi, we're here. We're not going to attack them, so hopefully this doesn't start a war. It might. Are you able to send a diplomat? God, I wish. All right, there we go. We've done it. They're on their way. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. I'll be back in a like less than a minute. I feel a little weird. I've been thinking I'm just tired, but I'll be back in a second. And then we just have to name it Sir Robin Japanta. Streamer is low. So, streamer has medically prescribed juice box. Alright, yeah, I think we'll just let them do their thing for a minute. And wow, that was fast. I guess it was also. Let's see how it went. They run, and run, and run! The Eternal Adventure of Time secured tribute from the group of alchemy to be delivered to Anvil Glode every spring. I think we did it. We peacefully went over there and sent the Eternal Guard, which is a squad of a bunch of spear and swords masters with steel swords and full iron armor, saying, "Oi, give a shit." So, there you go. They, the group of alchemy. Okay, so first off, the Confederacy of Sport, which is a human civilization, now knows that we exist and we're at peace with them. And the group of alchemy, which is a local human government, the one that we sent our dudes over, human hamlet of about 100, is now sending us ongoing tribute. Sweet. I recommend you accept this offer, or we will stab you in the forehead with a very sharp spear. Also, seriously, look how much this cloth is worth. Holy shit. Like, that's mostly cloth. Like, it's all just rope reed cloth. Like, fucking, wow. Okay, there is some spider silk. The spider silk cloth is worth so much less. Than my rope reed and pigtail cloth. Wow. Yeah, it's some fancy cloth. Well, I will trade my one bin of cloth for all of their metal. No kidding, T. No kidding. The flaming bench would have screwed it up? Oh, totally. Yeah, the flaming bench definitely would have screwed it up. This is what you do. Yeah, when you send the flaming bench, they just show up and they're like, "Hey, we're the angry dwarves that were put in the squad to not kill each other." Much. We're just here to blow off steam. In 10 minutes, I need to go check my blood sugar again, chat. I'm not, like, dangerously low, but kind of dangerously low. So, explains why I've been seeing double for the last little bit. You know, I'm feeling spendy today. We're going to buy a copper toy axe, a copper toy hammer, and a bismuth bronze toy axe, and a steel puzzle box. I want my children to not go nuts. And why not buy some Wolverine and Marmot leather? I'll buy weirdly exotic leathers, if I bring any, which they didn't. I miss that one faction in a previous run that just always brought me, like, sperm whale leather. It's like, where are you getting this shit? How are you killing sperm whales? All right, they are very happy with the trading. because our cloth is very valuable. Speaking of very valuable, how much of it do we have left? So look how much cloth I still have. I traded them 1 bin of cloth. I still have 525 and 6. Like, I traded half of my cloth. Exotic leathers is exotic leathers and lavish lace is my next album. I like that response. How do you get that? Very carefully. With a lot of very specifically placed... How do I word this? A lot of very specifically placed drawbridges. You just catapult it out of the ocean. We have tons of metal. What are you talking about? All of that yellow shit right in front of me? This is all lemonite. It's all iron ore. Except I've been buying bars of things so that we can have, like, silver. Well, we have silver ore ourselves. But, like, zinc and brass and bronze and steel and other things. Speaking of other things, anvil. I've got a bunch of... steel anvils that all need to be melted. So... Melt metal object 47. I know it's oddly specific, but that's how many steel anvils we got. Catapulting sperm whales. I don't know if that would even work. I guess, like, if you had, like, what? A whole bunch of drawbridges under ocean, and they just swam over it, and you pulled the lever, and they just went boing! Although I've never even seen a sperm whale, and I've done plenty of, like, ocean forts. I've never seen a whale fortress. I know that they exist. I know that you can find them. I know that you can go whaling. Never had the opportunity to do that. Like, multiple fortresses? Are you saying, like, in one world or in separate worlds? Because I have technically 4 saves right now, but only 2 that I'm actively playing on. But they're different worlds. I have this one and then the community world. Community world is like high octane, high risk, constantly murdering stuff. And this one's very peaceful and building and demanding tribute from humans. Back in a bit. You gotta do what you gotta do, Coldfire. Merchants have embarked on their journey. Best of luck on the very steep ramp that we might put, you know, railings on at some point. Okay, who's depressed over there? Oh, it's still Hare, right? Yeah, I made Hare into a scholar. This dwarf is kind of the most far gone right now. Well, I mean, they're in separate worlds right now, right? So, like, the other one that I have isn't actively being run by the AI or anything, and I don't have any control over it. It's, like, in a separate dimension, if you will. So, nothing bad can happen to my other fort because I'm not playing it right now. Romantically involved with Axon. Well, Axon is dead, so you're romantically involved with nobody. Because, like, I love how when they're dead, the only difference of their description is their upper body is gone right there. Like, that's the only difference between the description of a dead dwarf and the description of a living dwarf, is their upper body is gone. Specifically, their upper body. The sad part about this dwarf is he's sad about being away from family. He was born before time. He has no family. And, like, that's the only thing that's really fucking him, is was born before he had family, so. I don't know. Good question. I've seen Ghost. I know it's possible to be... Wait, what? Talking about the band Ghost? Or is there a movie called Ghost about this? Speaking of movies, I mentioned this earlier today, but I rewatched Dread. God damn, that movie's underrated. Such a fucking good movie. Like, man, it's no bullshit. There's no filler. It knows what it wants to be. It doesn't fuck you around with long, dumb intrigue. It's just a good fucking action movie. It just starts, it has a middle and an end. It's good from end to end. It doesn't feel long. It's not particularly long. Doesn't outstay its welcome. It's just entertaining and fun. God damn, there's not enough movies like that. Movies outstay their welcome so much right now. I'm looking at you, everything Disney does. Fucking 4-hour films. I like a good short movie. So we're supposedly gonna get a tribute from the humans mid-spring now. We'll have to see what that actually means. Is upper body even important for good old-fashioned romance? I mean... kind of? Kind of? Of course, well, we always need more Pixar shorts. I haven't watched a Pixar short in a while. I don't even know what they are like these days. I'm really hoping that this will lead to us getting some more visitors. Now I'm tempted to, like, demand ongoing tribute from more people. Although we are actually at war with these elves up here. So these elves apparently have been invading this fortress on and off over the years. We only know about this because of our coins. It actually, the coin that we made for year 50 actually cites a battle that happened here about 15 years ago in game. So we know now that these elves up here are actively at war with us and are fighting with this Hillix metal partnered. They haven't done anything with the fortress of Tempered Rough, but they are going after them, which is interesting because this is actually the Ring of Corridors civilization, which is a smaller dwarven civilization which isn't related to us. I'm assuming that these guys over at Metal Partner dug too deeply and too greedily because right when we embarked initially, my faction, the Ignited Creation, reclaimed this fortress. It was actually my first time ever seeing a world map reclamation going on, which was interesting. Sounds like some training. I don't want to wipe them off the map because if I wipe a civ off the map, that's less stuff that can happen in the future, so. And yes, I could probably wipe them off the map, but I kind of don't want to. Because it's way too easy to snowball and just get super OP. Yeah, we have to be careful about our mass genocides. You know, we don't want to wipe factions out just yet. Just want to punch in that I was low on my log. What, 10 minutes ago? Yeah, it's better to make them long-term enemies. I mean, technically, we're already enemies. No, there's no Necromancer towers yet. Like I said, I've watched, like, the goblins building more pits, which are like the little scrolls that you see on the map, these things. So these I've seen expanding. The elves over here have been expanding. These guys we're peaceful with, the Fragrant Bear. They're very friendly. They trade with us every year. Nice folk. These goblins down here have spread a little bit. These ones have spread a lot. No one's really at war with these guys, the Balanced Fiend. And then these humans have also been spreading. They started off with just the dwarven town of Yellowseer and the human town of Yellowseer and the human hamlet of Carl Arrow. But since then, they've spread down to here, and these guys are now offering us tribute, which I think just means they trade with us. How's my faction doing? Quite fine, actually. We've spread quite a bit. This is my faction here. All of this stuff. In fact, I think most of these are new. Because it was just 3 helixes down here, which was the Trade of Chapels, the Tour of Allies, and the Illustrious Quake. But since then, Channel of Judges, the Pillar of Blockades, the Tongs of Tournaments, the Learned Manor, and the Hollow Gem have all, like, kind of spread off from the side. Plus, we have these 2 helixes that are economically linked to us, Channeled Dens and Veiled Clasp, which have been there for quite some time. There's also another Dwarven faction down here. Or more dwarves down. Wait, hold on. Is this us? No, these are the... Sorry, I'm mistaken. These are the Healing Rim. This is a different civilization. My civvy is just these 3 down here. And they're doing okay. They're doing okay. But we've also spread up top here. For some reason, I thought all of these were also us, but no, they're not. We're at peace with them, and I don't really want to bother them too much. Yeah, I was wrong there. That's my bad. Yeah, no, this is my faction down here. These 3, the Ignited Creation. These guys have been spreading a lot, so these guys are doing real well. But they're not at war with anybody, I don't think. The only people that I'm aware of warring are my mountain home, warring with these goblins down here. Yeah. Also, we did take this. Yeah, this one. Seduce Shock. With Dark Dwarven Pits. Yeah, sorry, I was just derping. Zapdos, that's my bad. I misread. I was misreading the map. People misreading Dwarf Fortress? Pfft, never happens. Like, oh, hey, that's me. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to as well, Axon. Like, it's gonna be fun to kind of turn the clock back in a way. Another thing that, like, I'm curious to see is something like 850 people have watched the VOD for the first episode of this series. I'm really curious to see what that number will be once this thing is done. That's something that I'm really curious to see. Like, I'm sure episode, like, 32 probably won't do very well, but episode 1 is still the one that's getting hits, right? That'll be... It's going to be interesting to kind of look at episode 1 and then episode, like, 100 or something. 20,067? Why such a specific number, Stone? I just hope that King and Disco Waffles have more children, because Barons 2 is their only child, who's 5 in a couple years, and we do have space for quite a few more kids in this fortress. I mean, most of the episodes have about 100 to 200 views, so quite a few people watch them, but I think it's actually like a smaller number of people watching them multiple times. But like I said, it's more of an archive, so I don't really expect people to watch it. 67 is a good number? Why is 67 a good number? We managed to make it to 1,000. I'm doubting... Not that I'm doubting you. I'm doubting the stability of the game. Yeah, fair. What do you mean, like, Farlands or bust? I'm not sure what Farlands or Bust is. You're going to have to explain to me what Farlands or Bust is. Your favorite number is 67. My favorite is 13 because it's spooky day of the week and I like spooky things. Also, another little interesting thing that's happened in this fortress. Mistum. This is a dwarf, right? Now, Mistum is a short and sturdy creature fond of drink and industry, right? He is our outpost liaison. Comes by once a year with the traders and hangs out for a little bit. Then eventually heads back to the mountain home. Now, might not be that weird, right? But our manager, Lump, who has meetings with him every year, is their lover. It's their lover, which is fascinating to me. I've never seen that happen before. Like a dwarf having a relationship with a dwarf who doesn't actually live in the fortress? Farlands are a hypothetical thing at the ends of the world generation? Huh. Isn't Farlands where, like, the world gen just completely breaks and you get, like, a weird, like, huge wall or something? Conflict of interest? Yeah, kinda. I like it, though, be like... Huh. So is there somebody just making videos of them running in a straight line or something? Sorry, I need to look this up. I'm very disconnected from Minecraft, so... Well, shit. You know, I'm looking at this YouTube channel, right? You know what it strikes me as? It reminds me of Fishing with Krendor, which is literally just like, they're more like interviews where they just like, he just sits there and fishes in World of Warcraft. Started 9 years ago. It's not going to take me 9 years to do this. This is not going to take 9 hours. Also, I'm not doing it in 30-minute spats. I'm doing it in like 5-6 hour spats. It's basically, yeah, it would basically be a podcast with Minecraft going on. I mean, the first episode was uploaded 9 years ago. Well, the first video he uploaded with that title was uploaded 9 years ago. But... and he's donated to charity many, many times. That's kind of beautiful, actually. It's like the fucking... I think I should put more tables in here. I'm going to redo the tables in the library. 20 silver tables. Silver throne. 20. How much charcoal am I sitting on? Only through cheating. So you can get there. And, man, I wonder how many times he has that save file backed up. Because I would have that backed up in so many places. Like, I already have this save file backed up in multiple places. It's an almost 10-year-old version of Minecraft because the farmlands do not exist in the modern age. Huh. I mean, if all you're doing is walking in a straight line. Fascinating. I don't know. But yeah, no, this will not go on for that long. I can confirm that this will not go on for that long. And I don't know. I think that you should have a little bit more... Oh, hey, they're actually doing dwarfy dances this time. Yesterday when we looked, they were doing elfy dances. But now they're doing dwarfy dances. And a dwarf is actually playing the lular. Goats is. How good are you at this, Goats? It's the only instrument he knows how to play, and he's a novice. Would you look at that? Neat actually seeing them playing instruments. The lular, of course, is a... we looked at this yesterday, I think, but it's a handheld metal stringed instrument with a metal yoke and a stone body, and the strings are suspended from the yoke down to the body, and the musician plucks the 6 strings with a ceramic plectrum. To me, it sounds kind of like a lute. Like a guitar-like instrument. Might look completely different visually, but... But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't really have the aspirations to do something that long. I think if I were to do something that long, I would have to start having, like, guests on and things. This guy did it for bragging rights, essentially. I mean, I'm doing this for bragging rights. It depends on how you go about the bragging, though. Blood breach, the seed of rising. That's my very famous mug is now known. I think it's this one. I think that's what that translates to. Yeah, blood breach, the seed of rising, a granite mug, is known to be in my tavern. We can get it back. What did we lose that we need to get back? Yeah, no, we don't need to get it back. It's just, it's known to other folks, which is a little spooky, but I mean, I did kind of put it on a pedestal in my tavern. It's a very fancy mug. It's an artifact mug. And I figured it would be fitting to put it on a pedestal in my tavern because it's a mug. I had any true heroes yet? Define true heroes. You wouldn't have that kind of dedication or patience. Here's the thing, though, right? A lot of people don't. And never will. But if you have an audience, it's much easier to have that level of dedication and patience to something. Also, I need to go check my blood sugar again because I was low earlier. I will be back in a moment. back within healthy parameters. But yeah, no, it's a tricky thing, right? Like doing something for bragging. Like part of the reason I'm trying to do this Millennium Fort and keep this fort alive for 1,000 years is because I think it's possible based on my knowledge of the game, but also it would be cool to be able to say that I did a thing. You know, it's not a lot of people can say, okay, well, I did X thing and was able to do that and pulled it off and finished it and completed it. That's kind of impressive. Not a lot of people can say that they did that, and that's kind of part of the goal, right? Bragging rights, yeah. I mean, essentially, yeah. But saying that someone's doing it for bragging rights is rough. Also, Hobo, why did you suddenly get super depressed? Was it really just the snowstorm? And arguments? I think it was a combination of seeing Stone 2's dead body and then arguments. And then now he's ashamed, and now he's just like falling into depression. What squad are you in? Man, he's the leader of my best guard. Okay, so there's a difference between doing something for bragging rights and then doing it to bash somebody else. And then bashing somebody else. That's kind of the big difference. I'm trying to decide what to do with Hobo. I'm a little worried about him now. Because if Hobo goes nuts, that's very scary. I think I'm going to move Bastet to Hobo's position. Oh, no, I can't. It always confuses me that you can't swap the commander for a squad. Let's just let them train for a bit. See if it helps pull Hobo out of it. Let him kill a dwarf and spend a few hundred days in prison? Well, he hasn't tantrumed. That's the thing. He's just depressed. He's doing literally nothing and will starve to death eventually. May want to remove his sharpened blunt objects. And what's he got equipped? Yeah, he's got nothing equipped. Just a lot of bracelets and earrings. Was I in an earpiece while you were shopping? I hope you you got everything you needed and it was quick, easy, and safe. Oh, there he goes. Going to combat training. I'm hoping that we can rebound him. I think that's what we're going to be focusing on for a little bit, is babying Hobo. Because he, oddly enough, he's a freaking wrestler. Like, he doesn't actually have any weapons. He's literally a wrestler. He's a dabbling axe dwarf and a skilled spear dwarf. Grandmaster Dodger. He's also the one that negotiated and convinced the humans to send us stuff. A dwarf weapon? What do you mean a dwarf weapon? Problem is if he tantrums, we're in trouble. Just hope he doesn't. So technically, I think it takes 5 weeks nonstop walking in that version. These numbers are very rounded and are probably completely inaccurate, but you're trying to remember it takes like 5 weeks of nonstop walking, 35 days, 840 hours-ish straight. If you did it for 2 hours a day, it would take 420 days, or if you did it longer, it would go down, so... Huh. Oh, they are their weapon? I mean, he's covered in jewelry. So he's basically like Mr. T, like we were describing the other day. I don't know, man. If he was a professional wrestler, we called him the jewelry shop. Or the jeweler. See how the basement's doing. Because we found a bunch of silver ore down here. Yeah, all down here. All of this is silver ore. Thing is silver. How's those tables coming along? Terribly. Am I out of charcoal? Pretty much, yep. That's not the button I wanted to do. Who left a toy down here? It was a mudstone toy axe. God damn it. Children just leaving toys down in the mines. Don't they know that that's like a safety issue for the like grown-up dwarves? I mean, come on. Someone needs to, like, take care of these kids and tell them that, like, they can't just be leaving toys everywhere. Yeah, tripping hazard. Exactly. I don't think I can, like, I don't think kids will claim toys as their own, so I don't think we can get any information out of it by looking at it. We know that it was made by Eric Shadowblade, but... Gonna go around the edge on the outside here. Dwarf Gordon and or show representative in this fort. I think most forts need that. I'm not gonna lie. Most of them need that. And most of them will never, ever, 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 ever get that. I'm kind of I kind of like doing this. I'm just kind of digging out my own caverns because we're not really gonna get a cavern layer. Probably. If ever. So I'm kind of like digging out sort of naturally like the way I would think caverns would look. Or the way I'd want caverns to look. Here's another depressed dwarf. Hot Cup of D. Hot Cup of Tea has been a little down for a while. But another one of those dwarves who's just like wants to practice a craft, has crafts to practice, and wants to be around family. But you do have lots of family. And a lover. You're in love with Sui. plenty of family. But, like, you know what? You want to practice a craft? Anything I can give you? Yeah, you've already got plenty. Let's also give you weaving, I guess. Maybe bookbinding. What's kind of therapeutic? Making caverns? Slaves to Armlock 3 confirmed. You know, I hope they make Slaves to Armlock 3, and I hope it's like a 20-minute long walking simulator. Like, just completely different kind of game that is loosely fantasy-based. A friend of mine just texted me stoner metal. Also, can I just say that this dwarf is literally running in circles trying to have a meeting with the expedition leader, who's just like fucking off constantly and getting distracted. Got thirsty once, and then they went and finally had their meeting. So like he's running around, he's like, I'm depressed and would like to cry on your shoulder, or something of the sorts. It's just funny. Yeah, he yelled at somebody in charge. Your dwarf is a total baby. I mean, your dwarf kind of is a baby. Dwarf is 24 years old. That's like a child. In the grand scheme of things. You're gonna go attend another meeting? Our expedition leader's busy, though. Yeah, they've also been pondering hardness quite a bit. It's a pretty common one I see. Make it at a nice. I'm gonna try and get that nice cleared out. Constant whining and yelling at people in charge. I mean, it's kind of unfair to our poor expedition leader who's just trying to mine out a mine shaft. Are you doing anything except for bitch at people in charge? Well, I mean, it is a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set, but it's very clean. It's very easy to decipher, and that's why I like it. Hey, Gate Nerd, how we doing today? Happy someday in the midweek. It's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Actually, I'm really excited because it's Tuesday, which means tonight there will be a giant bombcast for me to listen to, which means I get to hear about what they think about fucking Bethesda getting bought by Microsoft. I've also got a bunch of dwarves making nice crafts, which they're hauling out of the basement, which is all down here. But yeah, no, this is like the closest thing to a mega project I've ever really done. I feel kind of bad. company reached out to me the other day and was just like, basically offering me branding opportunities to have ads on my stream, and I'm just like, man, it's just kind of not what I want on my channel anymore. Like, I've tried having the ads on stream thing. It's just, I don't know. TLDR, I basically politely responded to the email and said, trying to avoid having ads on my stream. A large portion of the reasoning behind that is because, like, I put my stuff on YouTube, right? And it's kind of like just lost revenue. It just makes no sense, really. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what that human Hamlet does, actually, because I've never actually done that before. I've never successfully gained tribute from a group, which is why I was super concerned to do it. But might do it again with the other human civ, the something of stone. And it's also, the thing that I really hope is I hope that we'll get guests from them now that they know that we're here. I do want peace. I do. I have to be careful. I want peace by making my friends in pieces. What? Peas would be delicious, actually. I actually have some frozen peas right now. I could make some frozen pea. Thanks, Vocal Fury. Here's man. How's Hot Cup of Tea doing? Are you still chasing my dwarf around? Actually, more importantly, how's Hobo doing? Currently eating. What are you eating, Hot Cup of Tea? Considering you haven't had a good meal in a while. Prepared pig lung stew. It's a pig lung stew. It's got a lot of meat in it. Made by Jackie. It's from Hollow Knight. I'm not sure the name of the song. And he's gonna go attend a meeting. You know, I think all of the attending meetings is what's killing him. He doesn't actually have time to do anything that makes him happy because he's too busy attending meetings all the goddamn time. How's Hobo doing? Well, he's sleeping. So at least he's moving. See if I can figure out the name of the... Mantis Lords. Okay, assuming that's listed correctly. Are you bringing down the expedition leader? No, the expedition leader doesn't mind. The expedition leader actually gets positive moods. The expedition leader just ignores you until there's a break, and then you guys both run to his office and chit-chat for a minute, and then you kind of go back to whatever you were doing previously. Well, it's kind of interesting, actually. Has odd texture to it? Well, it's a stew. Yeah, rinse, repeat, exactly. So, like, screw the expedition leader. Just feels empathy while being yelled at by an unhappy citizen. As a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Doesn't seem to mind. Got a lot on his plate. He's a full-time miner. Although, if I took him off of mining, probably have a lot more time. Also going to take Screw off of hauling. I'm hoping that that'll give Hot Cup of Tea more time to go do crafts and other things and actually work. Because that's what Hot Cup of Tea needs. Satisfied at work, satisfied yelling at somebody in charge. Like, there's not that many upset moods here. Like, look at this. Like, he's bored. Wants abstract thinking and wants to practice some martial art. Okay, so here's what we'll do. You're already in the wrestling squad, and you want abstract thinking, so I guess I'll make you another scholar. He's immediately going to go attend another meeting. So where's the expedition leader run off to? He's making nice crafts. They write books, which give dwarves good moods. And they ponder things and make discoveries about the world, which don't actually do anything, but they can give you, like, lore bits and stuff. See, okay, so he's no longer haggard. So training has actually helped Hobo. He's now just under a great deal of stress instead of haggard. He was haggard. So haggard, real bad. You don't want haggard. But now he's just stressed. So we're already improving Hobo's mood just by making them train again. Spring has arrived. We're now expecting the humans. Yeah, same. There they are. The annual tribute from Basti Jismuk has arrived. Couple of merchants, 2 of them. A human hammerman and a human merchant. What are you equipped with? What are you carrying? 6 high boots. The caverns don't do too much. The thing with the caverns is this. The caverns can make Forgotten Beasts spawn, which can be scary. But the real issue with caverns isn't the Forgotten Beasts. It's the little animals that are a little aggressive. They're not particularly dangerous, like troglodytes, crundles, gorlax, animals like that. They can hurt maybe an unarmed dwarf. And giant cave spiders can be spooky, but like those things are kind of OP. But just the normal animals that spawn, the bodies will pile up and it causes large numbers of dead. And also because they're very weirdly shaped, they can be weird on pathing. So they actually damage frame rate. So it's not the actual danger, especially for the first layer. Tribute is being unloaded. A report is available. They brought a llama wool brag, a bronze helm, 2 iron high boots, 1 copper pick, a rope reed thread, and rope reed rope. Huh. Interesting. So then do they just leave? Interesting. Yeah, just leave. Wonder if there's anything else I can do with that town now. No. I was wondering maybe, like, because I know I can request workers from forts that are economically linked to me, but... Man, I kind of wish that I could see people that had family or friends. That's... No, that's not what I wanted to do. How do I cancel that? There we go. Not that rubbish. I mean, it's interesting. I'm just fascinated that it was successful is all. Absolutely fascinated. Fascinated. Another thing that I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to automate some more ore. Because there's more ore up here. More iron ore, specifically. I want to know how much more is back in behind this wall. I don't know, that's one of the more interesting interactions. I know I've had people suggest I do that before, but I feel like every other time I've done that, it's just started wars. Maybe it's because I was demanding it from not the humans, but like the elves and the goblins. Like, I'll bet you if you go demand ongoing tribute from goblins, they're just gonna be like, yeah, fuck you. And just kill you, right? Probably got something to do with it, right? And the elves are here to trade? Well, we've got many crafts to trade with them now. It's pouring rain. Terrible time of year to trade. See how many riches we get over the years? I mean, it's going to be a great deal. It would be really interesting if you could, like, invite somebody over, you know? Like, this is one of the reasons I really, really, really want more diplomatic options in Dwarf Fortress, because it would be really cool if you could invite, like, a diplomat from a faction that you're at war with over to come and spend some time in your tavern. If they're impressed by the value of it or something, then, I don't know, they won't attack you as much. Unless they're goblins, in which case they'll just attack you anyway. Because fuck you. Soldat 2 is now available in early access. Aw, it's not free to play? Darn. But, I will need to keep an eye on that. Thanks for the heads up. Such as being able to send your traders up. Yeah, you're correct. That stuff's been talked about. Tarn wants us to be able to send out our own traders and other things. Did you see the new DF UI gameplay? Steam gameplay. Right now, killing monsters. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that game's supposed to be free to play eventually, so I'm curious about that. I was mostly asking Dragon Man, but yeah, no, the one from this morning. I streamed the video and did a live response to it, but I'm gonna cut it down into like actual analysis and make it nicely edited and watchable, and I will upload that tonight. That's what I'm gonna do after stream. Although streamer had a juice box, so streamer needs to use toilet. We'll be right back. All right. Did they name an Iron Shield? Yes, they named an Iron Shield. Zulbanshin, Swordmaster, has bestowed the name Oklzus. Okay, Olzus. Okay, Olzus. Okay, Olzus. Okay, Olzus, we get it. You like your Sweet. Yeah, no, that's good. It seems like training for Hobo just fixes his problems. Seems like it. So now I'm tempted to demand ongoing tribute from more humans. Because we've got one coming from them. There's also the Society of Jails of the Realms of Stone. The Council of Men. That's a really good generated name for a human government. The Council of Men. That sounds very... Careful on demands. Peaceful. Yes. Peaceful. Don't get greedy, streamer. Peaceful. How are we doing on lead? 82. All right, perfect. Lead stat you. 40. Details. Existing image. That one. Dwarf admiring his spear. We are on year 51. We started on year 5. Got a ways to go. A llama wool bag, a bronze helm, 2 iron boots, a copper pick, a rope reed thread, and rope reed rope. All of those things are useful, though, right? Like, those are all things that my dwarves will use, right? So, I don't know. I was just kind of expecting them to send traders. But now the faction knows I exist, and we're at peace with them, right? The, Passor Ol, the Confederacy of Sport, a human civilization, is now known to be at peace with us and aware of our existence. So hopefully that means... You know what? I wasn't going to do this. We're going to... I mean, how many years has it been since we got to the bottom of the hole? Long time. Make another dump zone right there. Garbage dump. And dump all this. Dump all this. Dump all this. All that. All that. All that. I realize I got some weapons in there. And all that. Get rid of all of it. Just get it gone. Request a trader down here. Oh no, football hooligans. Yes. We have football hooligans and the Realms of Stone are the 2 humans. The 2 human factions. It's going to be fun to watch, that's for sure. My expedition leader is sleeping, and then we'll go and raid, hopefully. I'm just curious what people are saying on the in the comments of the autumn dev update. A lot of people are just kind of going, time is subjective. What? All right, well, they didn't bring that many crafts yet. Well, that's okay. We'll buy a... You know, let's buy a wolf. It's been a while since we've had a wolf in the fort. Did I even do that? No, I didn't. Let's just buy that wolf. Nidilla says, we are enchanted by your more ethical works. We've come to trade. Making sure there's nothing wood in there. Doesn't look like it. Should be good. We will go down here and chain up the wolf that we just purchased. Oh god, we have a bunch of Kias in cages. There you are, stray wolf. Well, the wolf is going to be our guard dog, essentially, right next to the pig that we have. So, chat, many of you may know that Jellybutt has been in the basement for a while now. He's 100 years old. But she has no clothing left. It's all rotted off of her body. You know, I feel kind of bad. Truth be told. Kinda. I kind of really... Ugh. Boy. She just lives in the basement in the old prison because we can't move her. It's starting to feel like we need to put that dwarf out of their misery. But, like, I also kind of want that. I don't know what you mean by make them the fortress animal. I'm imagining, like, the national bird type deal, things that we have on Earth, but... Oh, hey, would you look at that? We found more ore. A little bit of Glen over there. A little bit over there. Good stuff. Maybe statues and a new symbol? You can't change your symbol once you have a symbol for a fortress, though. That would be cool, actually, if dwarves could petition to change the symbol. That'd be really neat. Like, maybe if you have royalty in your fortress, they could... like, petition to have the symbol changed. You know something I haven't seen much, and I wonder if we will start seeing that? It can be royalty dying and new royalty being appointed. You mean... I know what you mean, but... I mean, I'm pro anything that gives dwarves free will. Hold. Like, I love dwarves just kind of controlling themselves and making the player do things. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that kind of plays itself, and you kind of interact with what the dwarves are choosing to do. I like this comment on the video that I put up this morning. I'm so used to this the ASCII. All these sprites are freaking confusing. Oh, that's funny. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? Yeah, I kind of agree. This dwarf is like one of the rocks of the fortress. He's just happy about everything. You know, he prays a little bit. He has good memories that he thinks about a lot, remembering putting on an exceptional item. He's wearing tons of beautiful jewelry. Very happy dwarf. Although this dwarf has a dirty secret. This dwarf is a hoarder. I don't know if that's really a dirty secret, but this dwarf owns 208 items. I keep having to give him more cabinets and chests to store his items in. This right here is his bedroom. Look at all these picks that are just like sitting there. In fact, I'm going to give you some more chests because it's obvious that this dwarf likes collecting things. We're going to need to give him a U-Haul pretty soon. Should build him a garage. Yeah, pretty much, right? I don't know. Something that I've been thinking about doing, actually, and this is going to be a lot of micromanagement, but that's basically this whole fortress, right? Is all of the dwarves have these bedrooms, right? That kind of go around the outside. What if they all had a second floor to them? Or it would be kind of hard to do here, but what if they all had a second floor to them with like more storage, table, maybe a personal temple to their favorite god? What do you think? Because we could do that. Give us something to work on. Give us a project. Some of these corner bedrooms would be a little tricky, these top ones. Can you zone upwards, though? No. I mean, it wouldn't be assigned as a bedroom, right? Because these rooms are assigned as a bedroom. But you could do another room above it and make it a table and then assign the table to that same dwarf. Would they actually go up into the room? Yes. So, like, for example, I could make this a room and assign it to Astro, right? And then all of this would then suddenly count as Astro's room, which I'm not going to do. I could do that. I'm trying to think what I should do with those central bedrooms. I could just leave them as they are. How's Hobo doing? Still under a great deal of stress, but like nowhere near as far gone as he was before. Am I most proud of? Probably the lava trap in the last volcano fort I did. It just looks so fucking cool. I don't know. I haven't really done a lot of big projects or things that I can like really single out as projects. I've made forts that looked cool. I don't know. Good question. You really like my big hole? Just a big hole, man. Or you know what we could even do? This would be even easier. I could do basements. Every dwarf could have a little trap door in their housing unit that goes down a level. Someone else up here needs another chest. Got a couple hoarders in the fort. Couple. Who lives in this one? This is the great Badinsky. Badinsky, how much do you own? You have 152 items. Okay, so you're not as problems. Not as big of a problem. He's currently constructing lead statues, and he's content after having a pretty decent drink. Personal study and dining room. Every dwarf gets a basement suite, basically. Well, let's start with these topside bedrooms, and we'll see how they look. And then we'll work from there. Although they got a lot of digging to finish first. Oh my god, there's a lot of silver ore down here. Well, hit the mother lode. Use the wealth of the spring tribute. I mean, we are crafts dwarves, you know? These dwarves were world-renowned, famous for our grand crafts. Like, frankly, we are extremely famous for our amazing crafts work. The elves are hunting me? They're not hunting us. What are you talking about? Although Squug feels restless after leading an unexciting life for so long. So you know what, Squug? I'm going to put you into the Eternal Guard. Let you go train for a little bit. Swap your job a little bit. Give you, a slightly different bit of work to do for a bit. Yes, but they haven't invaded us. They've invaded my homeland, but not us. Something that we haven't seen a lot on the overworld, though, is things getting destroyed. So that's going to be interesting to see, is when we start seeing stuff just getting naturally destroyed. I've seen that in other worlds. But I haven't seen anything just get naturally destroyed. Okay, so this would be funny. I'm following the dwarf that just went into a Fey mood. Fascinating. But Squug is in a mood. He's claimed a crafts dwarf shop. Anyway, what I was saying. Wouldn't it be... I need to put on something that's less intense. Wouldn't it be interesting? Because we technically have dark dwarven pits in the fortress, right? Wouldn't it be interesting if my faction is the first faction to make a Necromancer Tower? Just saying. I think that would be amazing. Okay, 2 boulders, 3 boulders. Probably wants bones. Cut gems. We have cut gems. Iron cloth. Yeah, we definitely have iron cloth. Yeah. Rough gems. Yeah, we have that. Logs, probably. Yep, logs. But yeah, no. So technically, we are not at war with those elves. We're only at war with the Joyous Devil because those elves don't know that this fortress is here. There's something funny about a human pushing a dwarven wheelbarrow. There's something really funny about that. Also, thank you very much, everybody, for the follows. A couple of follows have popped in today, so. Especially if you're new to the channel. Hey, hi. Cheers. That's because it is the Celeste OST. Hey, Cat Pig. And Cryo Shakespeare. And Psychon. Everybody just picked right now to tune in, I think. Also, what's up, Mind? Enjoy your sleeps. We'll see you when we see you. It's good to see you pop in today. And thanks for the lurks. Anybody actually felling trees? They did. All right, well, I'm just going to assume the other one, which is probably boars. Ba-da-dum-bum. Yeah, I saw you pop in at the beginning. That's good to see. And thank you. Home late from work. Has there been a lot of work recently, Cryo? I know for a lot of people, work has like really ramped back up. At least around here, like people that I know who like live close to me. A lot of jobs have really picked up. Everybody's just kind of not caring. Thanks a bunch, Twitch. Yeah, what the fuck, man? I don't know. It just sucks that it resets your original follow die. But it's more a typical deadline crunch. Gotcha. Never really slowed down like you were supposed to. I mean, without talking about COVID too much, recently has been kind of terrifying here. Because we're getting like 100 new cases a day. And it's, for us here, that's more than we've ever had. So technically, like, pandemic stuff is scarier now here where I am than it's ever been. Just fun. Hi, I'm new here, says Psychon. Yeah, you need bones. That or maybe yarn cloth? No animals have been slaughtered yet, though. Just hoping somebody goes and butchers a pig. I mean, I ask you this every day, Animal. What did the hay ever do to you that it needs to be hit so hard and often? Not fair to the poor hay. You have a good night's sleep, Animal. Sleep well, dude. Scared to look at that yellow tile. What is that? Don't know where the dwarf pus is coming from. Ah! None of them were in your area? Well, that's good. I mean, none of them were reported in your area. There's so much dwarf pus in this fortress. It's actually becoming a problem. This game like The Sims. Is this RimWorld? A weird looking RimWorld mod. Check my corpse unit thingy? What? What do you mean my corpse unit thingy? Yeah, I don't know why no one is butchering things, but can you butcher a boar, please? I got a lot of pigs. All my pigs got startled, so all of my farmers are just like taking forever to like repasture all of them. I'm not certain that's how that works. So no, I can assure you all of my all of my corpses are, yeah, wrong pus. Yeah, no, wrong pus. No, it's from infections. I mean, somebody's had a really bad infection. It's probably somebody had a really bad infection like 5 years ago and only now we're cleaning the clothing. But it's more like Microsoft Flight Simulator and less like The Sims. Yeah. You have a digging problem. You're trying to make your first ever main staircase, except the dwarves won't go down the Z level. Through the light aquifer. What kind of stairs are you using? I don't know. We have a well. But they could bathe very often. We also have soap. Am I out of logs already? Out of logs already. I think I need more logs. We murder trees mighty fast. Interesting. This is what I was hoping for. This is what I was hoping for. A human caravan from Passar Ol has come. A royal treasurer from Passar Ol has come. Now we get more news. Disel Kalesiseb, the royal treasurer. It was a joke. Sorry if it was new. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, I hear that you, scared some of our helixes, but now that we know that we're here, we've added you to our trade routes. Let me extend my greetings to your people. Please don't kill us. There is much to discuss. There is much to share. We shall update your maps on the news and happenings. Hi Astro. We bullied the humans and now they're trading with us, which is excellent. What year are we at? I think 51. So we're on year 46. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, they actually have iron, which is interesting. They have iron, and my mountain home doesn't have iron yet, which is funny. You know what? I'm actually gonna ask them for like fish, because they've got like squid and mackerel and flounder and sole and seahorse. Steelhead trout. I really like steelhead trout in real life. Let's ask for salmon, oysters, mussels, nautilus, cuttlefish. Yes, please. Never got you anything? I don't think anyone ever said that ever, because being a bully definitely gets you things. It often gets you punched in the face too, especially in real life. What other things do they have on the menu? Oh, right, yeah, all of the instruments that we can't make. We gotta request them all. They don't have any interesting cheeses. Yeah, we'll just go with that. I didn't look for fun leather. I'll have to look next year. Well, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. They want maces, short swords, and planks, drinks, scepters, blocks, quivers, tanned hides, windows, anvils, and musical instruments, and meat. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Well, you want meats, eh? We can make that happen. Tell them a couple iron spikes so they can sample our handiwork. And all of the crafts. You can do it that way, but the way I would recommend, Cat Pig, if you want to build stairs down, hit D and then J. Designate a down stair on the surface, and then hit I. Go one tile beneath that, and then make an up-down stair. Or you could channel the whole thing out and then construct stairs there. You could do that, but that is more difficult. Hello, Lum Phoenix. How have the humans insulted our honor? By existing? I may have missed that. Alright, so what news did they give us? Interesting. So, I knew this already because I noticed, but it's nice to actually see it on the map. So I knew that they just founded a town called Mapped Fortunes, but they're actually now informing me of new towns that they're forming, which is cool. Because if you're very diligent about staring at your maps, you can spot new towns popping up. Mapped Fortunes. They traveled from there down to there and founded Mapped Fortunes. But I know now that they founded Mapped Fortunes, which is cool. Also, hey, Cyrolac, what's up, dude? This game never stops amazing me. It has that tendency to do that. Right, well, bones, rock, metal bars, fat gems, iron cloth. Yeah, well, you got your iron cloth, you got gems, you got cut gems, you got bones. Oh, you still don't have wood. Seems smaller than advertised. Well, it's not an infinite continent. The continent is just called the infinite continent. The infinity like implies that it will exist for all eternity. Also, the world is called the absolute realm, which is a really good name. We're trying to trade all this crap. All right, Hobo. I'm gonna take you off of Alling and get you to go hack down a tree for me. Because I really need you to do that. It's absolutely a realm. That is totally true, yeah. But yeah, today's been pretty good. We bullied the humans, and they're now trading with us and bringing us tribute, which is most excellent. God, do you have to clean up the vomit? Like, there's other things you could be doing? Like forging a menacing iron spike, I guess. Jesus. Oh, sweet, you're on it. There he goes. Go get wood. Sweet. You know what I realized the other day? I realized the other day that the remaster or re-release of Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning is actually called Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning. I thought that was just a joke, because I heard somebody saying that they re-released Kingdoms of Amalur and called it Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning, and I was like, that's a joke. Like, there's no way that they actually called it Re-Reckoning. But nope, they actually called it Re-Reckoning. They certainly did. You love that they did? Me too, kind of. Also, Rhinestone, you don't need to panic. Your lovely life partner, husband, Squug, feels caring, remembering, giving somebody food, but was successful in getting all of the items needed to make their artifact and are not going to die. Also, Ryan, I have a question for you. Should I spend like $50 on a Williams Racing rubber duck? Recently, they've been pondering reproductive behavior. A lot, actually. I love that my children are just fucking puking everywhere. It's expensive for a rubber duck, yes. And it's literally just a blue rubber duck that says Williams Racing on it. But it's fucking 10 British pounds, and it's like 20 pounds shipping. So when you transfer that to Canadian, it's like $50. It's ridiculous. Hold on, let me link it. You're not the voice of reason, though. Yeah, I mean, I knew that much. You're thinking of buying one? It's the official Williams Racing rubber duck. Also, Squug, a scholar, has created Iral Dural, a granite earring, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 48,000, not 4,800. It's a long one. Get comfy. This is a granite earring. While Craft's ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of cushioned granite cabochons and menaces with spikes of granite and mudstone and purple spinel. On the item is an image of the alchemical visionary, the nice figurine of Ashen in Pigbone. On the item is an image of Ezem Wildcloister, the dwarf and dwarves in llama wool. Ezem Wildcloister is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ezem Wildcloister to the position of king of the ignited creation in the mid-autumn of year 5. On the item is an image of a marquee cut gem in pig bone. It's a fancy fucking earring, let me tell you that. Let's see what these humans have to trade. Your Craftsdorf ship is unparalleled. And I hate your name, human. I'm so sorry. Your parents are horrible people. Sounds like a lobe stretcher. It must be. Not because it's like not because it's like what's the word? A circular like gauge stretcher, but because it's like heavy, so it pulls your lobe down over time. Dwarven technology and engineering, of course. Your mind jumped to Lost Boys. Of course it did. I'm buying shark meat. I read that as prepared heart attack for some reason, but it's prepared Elkhart. Echidna, halibut. Hey, Riptress. They brought beets. Can't beat that. Cabbages, asparagus, all these foods we can't get. Look at such variety. Those grand human farmers. They are doing us such grand favors by bringing all of these foods. Raspberries, artichokes, spinach. Look at all the salads we can make. It'll be glorious. Vegetarian, even. Don't really need to buy the rope breed from them. We got lots of that. Some cheese. Me? No. I was just saying I think it would be funny if my faction did make the first Necromancer Tower. Silver carving knife, completely useless. And, well. Looking for musical instruments. A diorite altar. Albatross parchment sheet. Alpaca parchment sheet. Cheap parchment sheet. No musical instruments. All right, well, we'll see what they bring next time. They seem ecstatic with the trading. With all of the earrings we've given them. Still made of mudstone, I'll have you know. Generally, when people say that the dwarves aren't going down through the Z levels, it's because they're using the wrong types of stairs, cat pick. It's a very common mistake. Prepared elk heart causes heart attacks. Yes. All of this vomit is coming out of, like, one child, by the way. Petra's just walking around and puking everywhere constantly. Ugh. But she's happy, so vomiting everywhere. I wonder if vomiting induces hunger. All right, so I need to put that earring in the basement. So I never realized this until just now, but the material that I think the material that the pedestal is made out of is the background color of these images. 'Cause this is a ruby pedestal and it's red. And it's definitely not a ruby item on there. Yeah, that's a clear gem one. That one's lead, and these ones are all lead. Yeah, and then these ones are made of mudstone. I didn't realize that. Did you realize that, chat? Or you know. Makes sense. Not necessarily running. Could just be walking, strolling, chilling even. Merchants will be leaving soon. I should give them more gifts. Ba-ba-bum-bum-bum. Take this shit. We don't need it. Found a great deal on drop for Sennheiser headphones. Apparently they're making a special edition of the 650s for the drop and calling them the 6XX. Yeah, they've done that a few times, actually. I think that would be like the third run I've heard of those. They're literally the exact same headphones as this. They just have a different strap. And they've done it for drop, which used to be called mass drop, a number of times. And there they go. I wonder what the humans think of our very safe TM ramp. Speaking of special edition things, I guess the 800S special editions have come out, which is like the equivalent of like $2,199 CAD. I mean, it is quite the one thing that I would recommend that you pick up is a simple DAC. Just a small amp for it. You'll get louder, better sound than just plugging directly into your computer. Because, like, these are nice headphones, but without an amplifier, they're a little quiet. So I would recommend getting a small DAC. If you look around a little bit, you can get one for... Or just look up headphone amps. You can get a small one for, like... Because the one I had for years was just kind of a brand nobody uses. Which was roughly, like, $60. But that'll be your next purchase? Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I would recommend looking into. Is looking into a little amplifier for it. And it'll give you a separate volume dial. It'll be all nice and fancy. You can get, like, USB ones. You can get ones that'll plug just directly and that need their own separate power. Turtle Beach that you got for $50. I've literally had these headphones for since 2012 when I got them. And, like, they still work just fine. I've replaced the pads because these come off twice. And I've replaced the cable for them twice because a cat that I used to own built one, and they actually just stopped working. Like the connector on this side just stopped working recently. I bought another one. The cable is like $30 to replace, and the ear pads are like another $30 to replace. That's amazing. You can actually get like really nice headphone USB DACs. I just had some Chinese shitty DAC for years, and it worked just fine. It was like $60. This track's a banger? Most of Celeste's soundtrack is a banger. This track's called Shattered and Lost. It's nice that it's all listed on the video. Cheap, decent quality USB mic. Audio-Technica AT2020. Just makes you want to replay Celeste. I have no interest in ever playing Celeste because I hate that style of game. But yeah, AT2020 USB. It's what you want. And the reason I recommend that one is because unlike the most popular USB mic, which is the Blue Yeti, it doesn't weigh 75,000 pounds. The Blue Yeti weighs so much. The thing is so fucking heavy. Ugh. It's awful. I hate it. Had one for years, but I think it's time to slaughter literally all of my pigs. It's time to make a bunch of meat pots. Because it's time to cull the population. Let's go down to just one boar and 2 sows. Like, the Blue Yeti's fine. It does what it says on the tin, but, like, my God, there's so many, like, awkward, dumb downsides to the Yeti. How's Hobo doing? Okay, so Hobo's no longer haggard, which is kind of what we need. Also, shit. I never noticed this. Hobo has a lover. He's romantically involved with Chaknarik, who unfortunately passed away a long time ago. I never realized that Hobo was romantically involved with... Maybe that's part of the reason why he's stressed, is because he's been so lonely, and it's been so long since he's had a lover. What a poor boy. Or just listen to, like, almost any Twitch streamer because it's like one of the most popular microphones in the world. You guys are making me turn the music down so you guys can all hear the music in the background. Also, Hobo only owns 6 objects? What? He must not care one bit about material goods. Never becomes angry. Values are harmonious, or finds something humorous in every situation, no matter how inappropriate. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his detriment and the harm of those around him. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. And is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will just leave things strewn about without a care. Finds helping others very emotionally rewarding. Is bashful. Has a calm demeanor. Why are you in the military if you don't handle stress well? Yeah, but we need to record some new episodes for it to be worth there to be listeners, sir. Maybe he was promised a guest job. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, ATVD, audio tapes and visual drugs. My podcast I host with Rhinestone. Just hoping that we can fix that dwarf. Thought the game paused for a second there. All right, so I was working on new tables for the library. We're gonna go place right now. And then we're going to go place more of the terracotta warriors. Which are just, you know, a couple statues. All made of lead. I could have made them out of clay, which I think would have been more fitting, I guess. You got tired of looking for a better embark place? The new aquifers aren't really much of an issue. But yeah, they're kind of not recommended for learning the game. In fact, the new aquifers are extremely helpful. You know how to use them. It's free, instant, unlimited water that you can get anywhere, which is very useful. Wait, what kind of are you on a varied aquifer or a light aquifer or a heavy aquifer? What kind of aquifer are you on? Light aquifer? Yeah. I mean, all you need to do is dig through it and then carve out around it, put walls in all 4 corners, and then walls on the inside. So they can't build diagonally, so keep in mind that you don't want to just put walls all the way around it, but any type of wall will work. So as long as you have some materials to build walls out of, you can completely remove them. Yeah, there's been different types of aquifers for a bit. There's light aquifers, varied aquifers, and heavy aquifers. Heavy aquifers are like the old ones that'll just insta-fuck you. Varied aquifers are varied, so sometimes in some places they're stronger than others. Those are the actual scary ones. But most of them are just light aquifers, which is like drip, drip, drip. Like you could just ignore a light aquifer if there's only a few tiles of it, and there'll be some water on the ground occasionally, but that's about it. Like you can. No, smoothing is not. So you have to... I don't think smoothing's efficient. Although generally, like, aquifer isn't in, like, a stone layer. But sometimes it is. Just dig out a circle. I just dig out a circle and then just make walls. Yeah, light aquifers make really easy wells. They're super helpful. Yeah. They're also much more realistic. Does smoothing work? Okay, I've never tried smoothing because I haven't ever actually hit one in stone. They're always in, like, dirt for me, so I've never had the option. Stream froze. Could you repeat yourself? You could dig through it and smooth it if it's stone, or you can dig out a circle around your stairwell and fill it in with walls. But they can't build diagonally, so just make sure you make walls in the corners first. If you need an on-stream example, I can show you. Don't dig diagonally because they do come through the ceiling. Yeah. But you can, if you channel it out, then you don't have a problem. Yes, they will fall from the ceiling. Hobo slipped back. Wah! Okay, Hobo basically just needs to train 24/7 by himself. Because... like, I can't move him. I don't really want to delete his squad. Can I replace you once? Hold on, let's see if I can do this, because I've never actually tried to do this. Yes, I can do that. Okay, so Hobo's been removed from the squad. Then I'm going to add Hobo to the Spotted Silvers. Oopsies, that's not what I want to do. I don't know. I'm just proud of myself. The fact that we were able to act, like, successfully just convince the humans to bring us tribute. I don't know. Never pulled that off before, so I'm proud of myself. We now have a new military. Also, the buzzards are back. Oh, would you look at this? This is also interesting. The two guards are still here, and the diplomat's still hanging out. Also, the diplomat's telling some stories. The thing that I'm really hoping for is I really hope we get more visitors. Man, I can't look at the story you're telling. God damn it. Is nobody listening? Nobody's listening! Ah! Sorry. Yeah, I sent a military unit to be like, give us tribute! And they are. We bullied them into giving us stuff. You always set the cap because it's an overwhelming flood? For aquifers? Oh, visitors? Yeah, okay. I mean, I do too, but I don't have any really right now. Think they're mad? They're at peace with us and they've traded with us, so there are no bad consequences yet. At all. Period. Yeah, no, sorry. I was just confused as to which thing we were talking about. It's all good. Watch. Like, overwhelming flood. I'm like, aquifers are like pansy shit. What? I assumed we were still talking about water flood. Uh-oh. A little bit of rotten meat problem up there. What's a little casual extortion? I mean, I don't imagine it like casual extortion. I imagine it like, you know, when the gang's all like, You're going to pay us $1,000 a month to run your business here, and if you don't, we will set you on fire and murder your children. I imagine it more like that. Well, they should be removing that crud. Protection racket? We're not criminals, okay? We're just really good at our jobs of bodyguarding. I don't know. A dwarf asking nicely? I don't know. Depends on what kind of dwarf we're talking about here. Are we talking about Warhammer dwarf? Or are we talking about Gimli? Or are we talking about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs? I don't know. It doesn't seem too hard to imagine them, at least from my point of view. I wonder how Squug likes the military. Feels love when talking with a spouse. Aww. Doesn't seem to give it... Okay, so Squug doesn't seem to give it shit about being in the military. So we'll take you out of the military. Go do other things for a bit. Also, in other news, why is all this meat rotting? Okay, so it is getting hauled out. It's just rotting faster than we can haul it. I think I should move the trash pile a little closer. You ever have that moment where you walk into the tavern and the tavern just smells like rotting flesh and you're like, what the fuck's that? What are they cooking up there? That's our tavern right now. Autumn has come. I need to go do lunch. 1:30. Time flies, as they say. Oh, they 1,000% do. 1,000% make the game easier. If you know how to use them, they 1,000% make the game easier. Yeah. I like I said, I love light aquifers. Light aquifers are my friend. We work together. We have a good working relationship. I wish it would pay rent, but you know, that's fine. We're working towards that. Every Tuesday, you're right. Why does it just stink up there? The hell are they cooking? But man, these steak chops are delicious. Yeah, you have like 18 years to contain it before it's flooded. You're gonna go hang out with a friend? Be safe, wash your hand, use hand sanitizer.
Lovely fruit, the tomato.
Don't stub your toe. I don't know.
The vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Still facts. Thank you very much for hanging out. We'll see you when we see you, man. And as Tarn Adams would say,
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
do you think we should tell him? Ugh. It really is, isn't it?
Cheese for everyone!
No, you. Love slut. Actually, I bought some... I bought cheese yesterday. I bought Gouda. And... Because, like, the big blocks of cheese that I normally buy weren't on sale, so they were expensive. So I didn't buy them. So instead, I bought a bunch of little blocks of cheese and spent way more money on cheese, but have like 8 different kinds of cheese for almost as much as I would spend on the large block of cheese. So I'll just eat it slowly. But I bought this coconut brie, which is delicious. You're off to bed? How dare you sleep at a normal human hour? Dwarves are here to trade. You have a good night. But yeah, I bought this coconut brie, which is delicious. It's delicious. It's really, really, really good. It's really good. Don't knock it till you try it. Wow. It's really, really good. I also bought Gouda because it was on sale, and some blue cheese. Yeah, no, we're not riding them. These are the traders that are showing up to trade. There's water buffalo pulled ones, and these ones are pulled by horses, yeah. And W drawn. Well, the W drawn wagons are water buffalo. Wagons are weird in DF because they're technically living creatures, and when you deconstruct them, it doesn't actually count as killing them. They just become missing. So there's actually permanently missing wagons in every single fortress. My name is Mistum. Congratulations on making contact with the Confederacy of Sport, a human civilization. And there is much to share, so we've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Same as before and same as always. All of the fucking metal! Hopefully they'll fix it by 1.0. I like it. I love blue cheese. Blue cheese is delicious. The Confederacy of Sport is the human civilization that we've bullied into bringing us tribute every year, and now they're trading with us, Astro. And it's amazing because Stone has pinned them as football hooligans, and I kind of like it. Vince McMahon offshoot company. You know, every Vince McMahon offshoot company is weird. I'm just going to be honest and say that. Vince McMahon is kind of fucking weird. Metal, wrong metal. That too. We have all kinds of metal here. Metal music, metal material, metal weapons, metal sandals. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craftsdwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And as always, Screw, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. You've seen Lump around. As those two are lovers. So cute. I really want a dwarf to have a child with a dwarf who doesn't live in my fortress. I want to see that possible. Can you even make metal sandals? Iron sand... No, you can't. I guess... Because dwarves also can't make thongs, but they can make artifact thongs. And I'll bet you they could make an artifact sandal out of metal. Vince McMahon is old school right-wing America to the nth degree, and it scares me that he exists. All right, let's prepare. Crab brain? Bought some weird meats from the humans. Yeah, we're just gonna bring them crafts. That'll probably do her. A very greedy flavor. I don't know anything about SpongeBob, but I understand that reference. There's some people in the channel right now that definitely deserve subscriptions. We need to fix this one of these days. Pep? The fuck is a pep? Well, Stone does. Stone's here like every single stream all day. Astro does, because Astro's probably watched more of the YouTube channel than anybody. Minstrel does, because Minstrel's a good lurker. Like I said, there's a lot of people in the chat that does. Tim and Eric joke? Ah, okay. So, see, I've never watched any Tim and Eric ever. You know, I discovered what the fuck's the name of that show? I actually can't remember the name of it. It'll pop by in my brain. Yeah, Cryo Shakespeare does. So that Cryo Shakespeare doesn't need to see one ad once a month. To be fair, most people drop by like once a month. And that's why I'm here. You're freaking broke right now after the headphone purchase. Thank you very much, Dragon Man, for gifting a subscription to Stone. Welcome back. Stone was first today, yeah. We're bringing all of these things to trade. We're gonna buy all of the bars. Chat, can I please get a big round of beers for Dragon Man gifting a subscription to Stone? Stone is here all day, every day, pretty much, except for when he's asleep and on Sundays. Like, thanks for banging around the stream so much, dude. Someone needs to spam those crypt pogs, crypt blanks, and crypt comfies. Who's better to do that than Stone? Enjoy the stupid bones. Everybody loves the stupid bones, man. On the stream team, after hours night the other day, when we were playing Uno, we're kind of talking about who's your dark persona, and I'm just like, I'm just evil. Like, when it comes to streamers, like I am a skeleton. I'm a skeleton. I am the image of evil. Rawr. We need like a Crypt Necro emote. And then you guys can use the Dwarf Necromancer to resurrect the skeleton. We need to figure out a way of making that combo work. Oh, this Sunday's kind of up in the air in the moment. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, hey, Mossy, how have your streams been? Sorry, I haven't had the chance to stop by. Yeah, I don't know what a Crypt Necro would look like. Although I need, like, thousands of dollars in subscriptions to get another emote unlocked, so it's a while. All over the place. How am I doing? I'm hungry. Go get some food. But I'm doing all right. Now that the smoke fucked up. Doing better. Primarily. She's so cool. Sui's great. Sui's great. That's why she's on my team. We need to help her out. Get her, help her get checkmarked. Her and Jess. My two teammates that aren't Twitch partners. Coffee. I like coffee. I should get coffee. Now I've had some coffee. Disco Waffles, the Spearmaster, has bestowed a name.
It's meant to do the ting.
The ting? Welcome back for a second month. Trial. You know, if one person gifts a sub or cheers 100 bits, that's a hype train. But seriously, thank you very much. Coming back for another month. You know, a wise man says second month is the best month because it means you didn't leave. Cheers. It means the first one wasn't an accident. Thank you. But you caught the out there? I'm not totally sure how I said out there. Generally, when I do Canadian accent things, it's like an intentional thing that I don't normally say. Like, I say about, right? I don't say a boot, but every now and again, I will ironically say a boot. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll do it intentionally. But I deserve it. Cheers, man. That means a lot. Thanks, Crow. What's this about a boot? What is it? A boot a boot? A boot a boot. Uh-huh. That's like unreadable. You thought that South Park made that up? Watch, okay, if you want to see a Canadian accent, watch clips from Canada's Worst Driver, the TV show. Just look up Canada's Worst Driver and watch the host speak. Because he has the most stereotypical Canadian accent ever. Like, he has the, I'm going to get in a car and see what you're talking about. And, hey, buddy, that's a strange thing you got there. Like literally the weird Canadian accent that's like the stereotypical Canadian accent that was from South Park. Which is like only found in certain parts of Ontario and Halifax, basically. Son of Minstrel, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. I think you missed the window on the hype train by a second, but cheers. Save Sloth, welcome back for another month. Cheers, dude. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, dude. I think he might be lurking, though. And thank you so much, Minstrel. Cheers. No, he isn't. Well, maybe he was, but... Look at all that pink stuff. Disgusting. All right, Eternal Guard, we're going to take you off of training. But I'm going to leave Hobo there separately. Because this dwarf... I'm worried about him, man. Very, very, very worried. I'm a bit worried about all of that food rot. Can we please get that stuff removed? Ick. You know what? Let's actually just put a refuse stockpile, like, right here. Just way closer. Like, it's gonna be ugly, but, like... If I... build, hatch, cover... out of iron, 4 of them. I can put hatch covers on that, and we won't even see them. All right, guys, it's 1:40, but a lot of stuff's been happening in the last minute. I'm gonna go do my lunch stuff. So I have to go prick my fingers with pins and stab myself with a needle, and then I get food. So I will be back in couple of minutes. Generally takes about 5 minutes for me to kind of get my food and then get back over here, right? Thank you guys for all the gift subs and everybody for being kind of fucking awesome. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out today, and may Longdeath live long and prosper. Also, that fucking goblin's back. This is an interesting goblin. Very interesting goblin. I wish this goblin would join me so I could read his history. It's an interesting goblin. Here be.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
All right, I return. How's LaBanjo playing? You're playing work. So you're playing Farming Simulator? Hot cup of tea? Hey, Wave Depletion, how you doing? I didn't know they made a sequel to Quantum League already. What is that, like Super Quantum League? Because Quantum League is a first-person shooter that just came out, so of course that's what SQL would stand for, right? Man. All right, we need to make a new trash disposal unit up here. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah. Mhm. Yep. That all of that information checks out. Let's put up walls in here. I think I'm out of mudstone, though. Nope, still have a few mudstone blocks left, so these will all fit. It's a relief. I dropped food on the floor and I can't see it. Yeah, totally. Audio, I remember that. I wonder how that game did though, like how it's doing rather. Is not doing well with marketing, and there was some initial hype. No, of course it hasn't. Well, I mean, obviously, it's never going to be as successful as something like Fall Guys because it's a yeah, they've already dropped the price on it. It's an arena shooter in 2020. Oh no, they haven't. It's just 50% off. Yeah, that's the problem, is it's an arena shooter in 2020 that isn't free to play. And that's like the equivalent of shooting yourself in the foot. I don't know. Have you died a glorious death? No, you're happily married. Disco. You were happily married. Today we bullied the humans into trading with us, with, as chat was saying, a totally legitimate racketeering deal. So now the human group known as the Group of Alchemy are now sending us tribute every spring, and the humans show up to trade every like late spring. But yes, you are the loving wife of King. You have a child who's Barons, too. You're 113 years old. Neither have I, Disco. I've also never had anyone accept it. They just showed up in the springtime and were like, here's a bunch of free shit. And then they left. There's 2 people. Well, one merchant with an animal carrying some stuff and a defense soldier. You're extremely strong. Holy shit. You're unbelievably strong. You're in the military. You've killed some monkeys. No, you're not. You're just unbelievably strong. All right. You don't really feel anything. You're a little bored after lack of abstract thinking. You've been considering a god, whatever that means. You felt love relatively recently, communing with a spouse. You're incredibly muscular. You are married to Wave Thrash, who is doing what? Wave Thrash is currently socializing. But yeah, you're happily married, no kids. Everything seems fine and dandy. Yeah, I don't know what's more terrifying to me. Getting a dwarf named... Is Twitch twitching? Hold on. This ain't normal. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that Twitch isn't supposed to look like this. Oh, hey, look, it's Bellinger. Twitch isn't supposed to look like this. At least the view counts look right. Loot alert. I don't know about that necessarily, Minstrel. Oh, but would you look at this? Audio! You grew up! Finally! It's not racketeering, it's legitimate business. Cause I've noticed my views going down a little bit, but like that could be caused by anything, including me going out for lunch. Hold on, let me look at something. Which status? Which dot status? Is that what it is? Or status dot now? Now get a job and move out. Yeah, exactly, right? A little laggy, but all the servers look like they're up. I don't know. Some pings are a little bit high, but anyway. What do you like, Dwarf? Like quartzite, bronze, and red pyro, pig hoof, and giant lion. Llama wool and shields, and large gems in the words of the key of outrage. You hate snails. All right, audio. Actually, do you like the military? Personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Well, I guess that answers that then. Generally unhindered by the thoughts of others, is often sad and dejected, very slow to anger, always tense and jittery, confident in her abilities when undertaking specific adventures. She can handle stress. Well, I know you find the idea of war utterly repellent, but like, what if you got really good with a spear? Who's your parents? Lump an axe on. Aw. Like, I know you have no desire or interest in the military, but like, what if you learned how to use weapons? I'm not saying Dwarf Fortress has child labor, but like, Fortress kind of has child labor. They're adults at 12, or they become peasants at 12. Let's pull the lever and lock that door. What the heck is that? Oh, there's a fluffy Wambler in there somehow. Which I think I'm about to squish. This is fine. We have a few of those. Squish it into Pudge, yes. Well, nope. It's still alive. Huh. Well, I guess it just lives in there now. That's fine. Oh, poor hobo. I don't know what to do with this dwarf. He's just starting to seem kind of like a lost cause. Go make you into a scholar. See if that helps. It's helped many dwarves in the past. Sibling. Stone. If you're talking about the audio, the dwarf who just grew up, sibling. Yeah, older brother. Cheers, Jamie, older sister. Scrumpet, older sister. Jack Norrick III, older brother. Wave Thrash, older brother. You also have a younger sister who's alive. Oh, hobo? He witnessed the death. It's fucked him up ever since. I don't think there's any relation outside of that. Nope, no relation. I think he's just a kind soul. And his lover's dead. I think death just affects him more than other people. Complaint is animal people, they're intelligent, sentient, and not particularly hostile, so why is the only option for dealing with wild animal people release them somewhere to deal with the BS they cause, or drop them into magma? Be able to establish some sort of relationship with these primitive red squirrel people? No, I completely agree. I wish that they would form whole factions, but all that stuff's just very unfinished, unfortunately. It's just super unfinished. But you're not alone with that complaint. You are not alone, trust me. I think even Tarn would agree with you. Yeah. Like, he's stated on multiple occasions that, like, all of that stuff is very unfinished. Even by DF standards, it's unfinished. I have a feeling I'm out of charcoal. I don't know why I like doing floors like this. I've just kind of started doing roofs like this, and I just like the way it looks. Like ramps all the way around the edge. Just remove dump from all this stuff. They cut down a bunch of them, but... Let's just suspend a bunch of jobs here. 'Cause I've got too many right now. Because I really need all this crap to get dumped. 41. We've been around 40 for a while. Face the cut. Back in a bit. Alrighty. No, you're not being bitchy. There's a lot of features that this game has that the developers worked on for a bit, got way into, worked on for way too long, got distracted, and then started working on something else. Like another really big common complaint for Dwarf Fortress is one that was actually cited on a recent DF Talk podcast with Tarn, where they talk about a really big problem in Dwarf Fortress, which is another really common one. Are they dumping those somewhere they're not supposed to be? Anyway, where they mention the very commonplace problem of sorry, I keep getting distracted. I'm terrible. Where they mention the very common problem of the way animals work. Animals are mostly based on their size, right? So you could have a large animal. I think I accidentally killed my wolf. Oops. So you could have a large animal, right? And that animal is exactly the same as another large animal. You can have a small animal, which is exactly the same as another small animal. So, ability to murder you wise, a cow is exactly the same as a lion. The only difference is a cow has claws equipped, whereas a lion has, or a cow has teeth equipped, whereas a lion, or horns, I guess, and a lion has claws. That's the only difference. So, in theory, if you just equipped some claws on a cow and gave it a big old mane to wear, functionally, it's identical to a lion. Game logic-wise. Which is a bit of a problem. Creeping to FPS death? It's so avoidable. Like, it's like almost strangely easy to avoid FPS death, though. If you know what you're looking for and how to avoid it. Hobo's just still completely batshit nuts. Just gonna take him off of all of his jobs and just, I don't know. Higher natural combat skills, but if you train a cow for a bit. battle cow. It's you heard me. The cow just has enough training. I don't know, my brain isn't working properly today, but I think you kind of understand what I'm saying. Oh, I think I see some of the problems. I still need to get rid of this. Like, why are they not putting things in that refuse pile? Well, obviously because I have another 2 refuse piles that I forgot I had. That's why they're not using that refuse pile. Yeah, just enough training to be dangerous. Yeah, they just need to get a little stronger. Will dwarf children try to defend themselves? I mean, I've had children fight back and kill shit, so yeah. There you go. Wait, what? Just making sure there's no dump designated items. You can totally dump that boulder, but that's not what I wanted you to dump. Oh, they're also hauling the wood down. That's the other thing that they're hauling. I think Hobo's finally lost it completely. Nope, nope, never mind. He was stressed out and was just watching him getting thirstier and thirstier and thirstier. I don't know. My favorite classic dwarf killing a thing with a thing is the dwarf throwing the puppy at the bronze colossus and it knocking its head off. That's my favorite dwarf throwing a thing at a thing against all odds, and the dice just working out that way. My god, could you imagine if dwarven children were in Home Alone? It was a puppy, wasn't it? Dwarf throws puppy at bronze colossus. That's a fucking search. So I'm reading this on the forum. There was a bronze colossus. He told me his name and proceeded to burn down the side of the mountain. This is somebody who is to bum rush down the side of the mountain. Somebody's playing in adventure mode. In fact, I tried to run away, and it disturbed a nest of fluffy wamblers. Well, this person killed it with a fluffy wambler. I immediately sped forth with a giant cloud at my feet. And so did my adventurer, as my adventurer would do. And I stumbled into them, and I stuffed them in my backpack in an attempt to make some money out of this encounter. Maybe I could sell them or something. The bronze colossus was coming up from behind me, and I was struck with this awesome idea and began throwing these bunnies at the bronze colossus. Oh, bunnies, not fluffy wamblers. Or maybe he's referring to the fluffy wamblers as bunnies. Anyway, yeah, took it in the head. Took it off. Took the head off with a fluffy wambler. But no, there is another image somewhere of them throwing a puppy. There's like art about it. I remember seeing that. There we go. Now there's actually enough dwarves around to haul these into the stockpiles. It's had too many other jobs running on in the background. They weren't actually hauling the food into the stockpiles. It's working now though. Perfect. Guess we melted all of our metal objects. I don't know. Fluffy Wamblers spook me. Has actually changed how you build forts quite a bit. You used to do very tiny compact forts in areas because I thought it was good for FPS, but watching you has made you think that giving them quite a bit of room to avoid each other prevents pathing issues. It also provides its own pathing issues. Giving them lots of space provides pathing problems, oddly enough, because they have more options. So it's the exact opposite issue. That being said, it's... compact forts are generally better for frames, but it's the thing that really causes frame rate problems right now is just the overproduction of items. So if you have like a billion items in a stack, that's what's going to fuck your frames these days. It's not so much design of the fortress, it's more about number of items game is tracking. The way that Masterwork makes your frame rates perfect all the time is it removes all the different kinds of wood, so it only tracks wood generic instead of every single different type of wood. Like right now, if I go into the, I guess it wouldn't work right now, but like if I go into blocks, right? Like this is gonna lag a lot, right? Because of all of these different blocks, right? But if they're all just generic block and it's not keeping track of the number, then you don't have frame rate problems, right? So over time, frame rate problems happen when you have like 1,000 socks in each bedroom. Like I've seen people that are just like out there collecting all of the silk from the caverns and they just have like every single type of clothing just on repeat. And then they wonder why their frame rate's bad. And that's often the cause of it is like, yes, I've made lots of crafts in this fort. I've literally given them away for free to anybody who shows up. Just giving them away because I need them out of the fort. Right? Just to get rid of boulders. Could I quantum stockpile them somewhere and forbid them? Yes, but the game is still tracking that, right? Is the naturalistic building style very nice and organic? I mean, I've had people tell me that it's not very dwarfy the way I build. I disagree personally, but... Astor, are you narcoleptic? Because you keep falling asleep in the randomest fucking places. Also, you want to practice some martial arts. So I guess I should put you in the flaming bench. And you know what? Let's get the flaming bench training. Not you. Flaming bench for a bit. I think my design is very dwarf-like. To tell that to the people who've told me that it's not very dwarf. I mean, I don't know. I just go about things with the idea of, well, I need to stare at these forts all day, so they might as well be interesting to look at. You know? You know you don't need DF hack to dig out veins of ore, right? You can just do that. Yeah. I mean, I don't have DF hack, right? D. Automate all ore. Just need a miner to come do it. I've had automating for literally years. Oh. They're busy, okay? You know, Audio, you're not very busy as a dwarf. Do you want to have a new job? Yeah, dwarf hack dependent. You need to go through some withdrawals. See, so this is how the tributes work, for those of you who've never seen this before. The annual tribute from Basti Jismak has arrived. See what they brought us this time. So it's just a human merchant. And they're a mace person. I see food, I think. They run all the way down here, and then thunk. A tribute is being unloaded. Report is available. Hit R. And then I have tribute report for the spring of year 52. Stone, you wanted to keep track of all these, right? Five garden cress leaves, 5 rat weed, 1 rope reed bag, 1 black sand, and 2 bucklers. Bronze and copper. That's an insulting tribute. Kingly offering? I don't know about that. They did better last year. A bag of dirt. Yeah, they brought us a jar of dirt. It better have someone's heart inside. I'm sure that black sand is just code for cocaine in this instance, since this is a racketeering op. I clean my glasses. First. My record cleaner. Record cleaner works great for cleaning glasses, but ratweed's terrible, dude. They want us to drink sewer brew, yeah. Then they're gonna leave. Bye. I wonder what our human thinks of this. Considering our oh wait, hold on a second. Oh, never mind. I thought you had a lover in the fortress. I was like, oh, you have a lover that's a dwarf? Often magnetic too. Black sand is so neat. Yes. If you brew rat weed, it's brewed into sewer brew. Speaking of brews, what are we drinking? We have split beer, barley wine, white mullet beer, artichoke wine, cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blackberry wine, raspberry wine, dwarven ale, fisherberry wine, river spirits, apricot wine, plum wine, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. The strawberry, raspberry, blackberry, bilberry, and artichoke is all courtesy of the humans bringing lovely different vegetables. Absolutely fantastic. So kind of them. I mean, compared to most of the world, a player can run a fortress. A player around Dwarven Fortress is almost always literally the most opulent, wealthy place imaginable. Yeah, true. Of unimaginably wealthy? Yes, totally. No, especially considering what I'm planning to do. Disco. The thing that I'm planning to do is opulence beyond all reason. We've started up here. But every single one of my bedrooms currently is just a bedroom, right? Well, some of them are getting a little full of stuff. So I'm giving all of my dwarves a personal office / dining room. Talking about opulence. Maybe we can go one step further and personalize them with things that they like. Yeah, this is how the automating of ore veins works here. You are correct, Minstrel, yeah. First time I realized I could give the dwarves platinum wheelbarrows. Actually, on the topic of that, we should make some stupid wheelbarrows. Like Electrum wheelbarrows? I'm actually out of lead? Holy shit. Speaking of, yep, we've got a bunch more lead statues incoming. Do you guys like my army of statues that is just ever growing slowly? They all have the same image of a dwarf striking a triumphant pose admiring a spear. How to automate ore vein mining? I can show you. It's very simple. Hit D, okay? Go to the mine thing, and then hit A. Down at the bottom, you might see some changing text. Those are all your options. So you can only designate ore and gems if you wanted to. So if I need an ore or a gem to show you an example, but if I try and designate, it won't designate anything because there's no ore or gems. That won't automate it. It'll only designate it. Now, if you set it to automating ore and gems, or you can, I think, yeah, you can you just automate gems? No, you can't. But you can automate ore gems. You select the ore, and it'll make it green, and it'll dig all that out. It'll literally just dig one to the next. They'll still stop for, like, aquifers and damp stone and stuff. Oh, no. Obo! Come back to us, man. Poor dwarf. See, that's not opulence. That's tedium. I'm not certain I'm that down for opulence. Like, opulence is all fine and all, but I'm not certain I'm down for that. You know what actually I should do? Make some bone crafts. Leave that job running in the background. Didn't they have horses? I mean, I could totally make statues of horses. The player, you are merely our dwarf's butler. You do have a point. But are you a dwarf, Cryo Shakespeare? Because that makes me the dwarf's butler and not your butler. And the dwarves just haven't commissioned any art like that. So I don't know about you, but... You're a scholar, and... My god, this dwarf is still demanding meetings all the time. Lowly? No, you're a highly valued member of this wonderful community that I've built. And you should be honored that I speak to you. Senpai notices sometimes, if you're lucky. He happens to be looking at chat at the time. Clearly now, if you throw thick wads of cash, streamer will notice even more and then might listen to what you have to say. God, I hate a lot of Twitch. You know what I mean? So much entitled shit on this goddamn site. I love Twitch. I love what it lets me do. But there's portions of the Twitch community that make me tear my hair up. He did sub to be recognized as a human being. Well, congratulations on your human recognition. Although, how do I know that you're actually a human and not some very advanced Russian software that's trying to trick me into thinking that you're human? And then, of course, change the way I think, believe, and look at the world. And then, I don't know where I'm going with this. Sorry, I'm confusing Twitch with Facebook. Here we go. It's time to sell the elves my dirty laundry. Speaking of Russian software that's designed to change the way I think, Tredge! Thank you very much for that Prime Gaming subscription. And thanks for booting more money out of the US and into Canada. Cheers. Tredge and become human. By the way, if you don't know, Tredge has been around this stream for ages and is also famous because the Russian software usually takes your money and not gives it to you. You do make a valid point. Generally, I thought that the spooky internet software takes your identity, sells it for money, and doesn't tell you, rather than taking your money, rather than giving it to you. That was, I'm not even joking when I say this. That was how I proved to my dad that this is actually a real thing. Because for a very long time, my dad was completely, totally, and utterly convinced that streaming on the internet is actually, like streaming video games on the internet, is actually just like a ploy by Chinese bots to make North American children dumb. He was like, how do you know that any of the people in your chat are real? This was like back in like 2015. When I was still very new at this. I was like, well, I've met some of them. Please use your money responsibly, jokes aside. Do not spend money on me if you don't have it. Spend money on yourself first. Make sure that all your bills, rent, expenses, social health related purchases such as vanity shopping and proper consumerist needs have been completed. And then if you have money left over, maybe consider subscribing on Twitch or giving me $1 a month on Patreon. Because this streamer is actively turning down advertising on his stream. Because I'm crowdfunded. So, thanks for keeping me here. Thanks for keeping stock. Just multiplied into you thinking you met up with them? God damn it! He's true!
Cripplerk have been RLY busy during your streaming hours recently, but always mackin' sure to throw you that prime Crip beer.
Always mackin'? Always mackin'! I'm always mackin' sure to say thank you when you throw that prime at me. Thank you very much. 100 bits or another resub turns that into a hype train. Thank you very much. Keeping sub alive for a third month. Welcome back, Caleb. And just remember, if you miss the streams and if you're busy during my work hours and you still want to hear me babbling, you can always listen to the VODs. They go up every day, pretty much. Seriously though, thank you so much for sticking around the channel and throwing that prime sub because those do add up. Like one individual's prime sub, not that much money, but 10 prime subs a day keeps the I don't know, doctor away? No, that's not how that works. Thank you though, seriously, for helping keep me here. That is unacceptable tribute from the humans? I don't know. I want them to bring me a whole whale carcass. Tredge, I see you. Caleb, cheers, guys. Keeps the bills paid. But that doesn't, it doesn't. Ah. A prime sub a day keeps the bank away. How's that? Wait, really? Nice. 14 days left, 69% to making me go away. Brahms! Welcome back! Cheers, man. There you go. Now you've activated this scam train, which hides the amount of money people have thrown at me during the scam train, so please scam yourself responsibly. But thank you. Cheers, man. They brought flying squirrels. Those elves, they always bring weird animals. They brought more fluffy wamblers. Barn owl. A danky. Weasel. Do weasels need to, do weasels need food? We don't have a weasel. Thanks, Crow Shakes. How the elves produce these weird animals? They catch, I would assume they catch them in a trap and train them. Just like we do. Still 69. Now you just need to get the hype train up to 69%. I don't want to be on Joe Rogan. Zero desire to ever be on Joe Rogan. Take that weasel. We have a cardinal. We have hedgehogs. The only known predator of bronze colossi. That and puppies. I'll buy a vest and a robe. Why not? Two cotton socks. Did they bring any food? Sometimes they bring nice berries. Plums, apricots, pecans, walnuts. I don't need no bracelet. All right, let's just make sure there's no wood in here. Should be good. They haven't brought me any full instruments, just bits and pieces. Motes of Light. Another deity material. So where's the human's black sand got to? I think it's in I think it's still in the trade depot. I'll bet you I could make it into glass though. But then we wouldn't know whose glass it is, because it's not gonna make a weird color of glass. The last hour or so? Well, the humans brought us another trade item. I'm trying to rehabilitate a really depressed dwarf. That's about it. It's pretty chilled today, Focal Fury. Just doing some trading. Yeah, the humans have been bringing us very good gifts. Oh, a dwarf grew up. Audio is now a peasant. Oh, that's why nothing's getting done, is because my manager is sparring. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Human gift? Because they brought us a bag of sand as tribute. And we're joking that they brought us a bag of dirt. Like stuff sits in your trade depot for years. Something I'm kind of thinking about doing is just making a massive stockpile underground. Purely for just stuff. Because quite literally I have actually, you know, this might be a good spot to just put stockpiles. Just kind of up here, make a bar block stockpile. And just pop into the settings. It's like this is kind of a believable place where dwarves would just like stack stuff kind of up by the prison cells and kind of a nice little bit of an out of the way spot near where the military trains. And thanks guys for the impromptu resub hype train. You get badges for it, so it's fine. And it fills up and then you're back at square one. Well, it also makes it much easier to dispose of items. So, not really. I mean, I'm thinking about, I'm trying to figure out where to put a massive general stockpile, to be honest. I always forget that they're called hatch covers in here. Let's just make 100 iron hatch covers. I'll work through them eventually. But the elves will love this as I hack down more trees. Bro, where are you at? Hobo felt glum after getting into an argument, but blissful after sleeping after a fantastic bedroom. Satisfied after remembering. Dodging. Teaching dodging. Jack Narek, you're depressed? Why are you depressed? Acquire something. Caught in the rain, lonely after being away from friends. Well, that's easy, because you have no friends. I think we may be in a cancel all jobs, let the dwarves chill for a bit season. We do kind of have a lot of random jobs. Let's cancel all of those. We'll finish trading. I'm just going to let them relax for a bit. Where the hell are ye? Are you trying to conduct a meeting with that stupid dwarf? Take these piles of useless jewelry. You're making a lot of these jobs are going to get canceled because they've all been set to happen, but they should do them once and then cancel out. And then hopefully we'll start getting stuff like this, like leading furnace operation demonstration. We're going to finish storing everything in stockpiles. A lot of stuff that needs to be stored. As a garbage site? What do you mean? By using our newfound tributary as a garbage site? How do you propose I use them as a garbage site? As I'm literally just giving trash to everybody. The elves, the humans, the mountain home, anybody. Like, I'll give you crafts, gems, fucking metal, whatever, food. I have tons of it. We have to keep producing it to keep the dwarves sane. We have to get rid of it to keep the dwarves sane. The two bucklers were pretty nice. One of them was made of bronze. Like, bronze is not easy to make. So. Are you saying that I should make this world's equivalent of Florida into real world Florida? Just use it as a trash pile? And it kind of looks like knockoff Florida. I mean, look at this thing. Aside from the part where it turns into glacier at the end, but that'll just be Florida in a couple hundred years once we ruin the rest of the planet's natural everything. It's kind of just knockoff Florida. Like, if you forget that the rest of the continent's there, kind of looks like Florida. And it's mostly populated with kobolds, which is pretty accurate to real life, too. Xaneth and Mundania? I've never heard the term Mundania before, but I like it. Yeah, they also brought iron high boots. Seems to be like some generic crafting items, something for cooking, and then some form of finished item. Yay, my package got delivered. I guess my mom successfully collected. I had Purelator attempting to deliver a record, and they failed twice, so I just redirected the package to my parents' house. It's like, Purelator has a hard time getting to my building for some reason. They have my buzzer number, but they just can't get in the building. So, go deliver it to my parents' house, which is actually a house, which is much easier to deliver things to. It's a map of Florida? Huh. Okay. She's 36. So, what, like 95? Windows 2000? Like, 36 isn't... I guess that might be like the end of... I guess maybe they still had DOS. Or at least like a DOS console, because like 95 and 98 had DOS like baked in, basically. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I guess. I don't know, like, my first computer was a Mac 2, which was black and white, so... But, like, schools never have the highest end gear, right? Like, I remember in, like, 07 going to the high school that my friend was going to at the time, and they still had, like, fucking Windows 95 PCs. Yeah, so it still would, like, start up with the DOS prompt and everything, and you that's something that I miss about older computers, is the turn on, and then it shows the DOS prompt, and you'd see everything automatically launching through DOS. I miss all of that. So much. So what the heck is this piece of clothing? Because it's been out here forever. Bismuth bronze greaves. Whose are those? Set them to melt. What about this? Gauntlet. Let's melt you. Dwarves are just kind of putting stuff away right now. It's actually, I think this is an important thing that not enough people do, is just like cancel everything for a little bit, at least like once every other year, and they will spend weeks just putting everything away. Like spring cleaning Dwarf Fortress edition. Like all they're really doing is putting stuff away. Now they're finally finishing their jobs and they can go, like, do the socializing and stuff. Oh, yeah, of course Linux can do that, but... Presumably the displays the booted from info text? Yeah. I don't know, I guess I just miss DOS. Kinda just miss DOS. DOS boss to the rescue. Yeah, kind of. No, I think, I mean, if I had more space, you know what I would do? I would go get my old childhood computer. Parents still have. Find a hard drive for it that's compatible and like reinstall Windows 98 on it. Just to play with, you know? More than anything. Play with my old Lego Mindstorm shit. So something that I was messing about with for a little bit, right? While I wait for all these dwarves to just put everything away, is for this camera. I was working on using my Lego Mindstorm's webcam for that. The problem is Windows 10 doesn't accept that it's a camera. It's using like the first iteration of USB. It doesn't comprehend frame rate. The only way I was able to make it work was running a virtual machine with Windows 98 installed or Windows 2000 installed. The only way I was able to make it work. And after like reading up about it, that seems to be the only way to make that damn thing work. So in theory, I could set up Shitcam to literally be a camera from like that I got in 1998, which is sitting in my closet. But it's not worth like the CPU memory of running a virtual machine all the time. So then I started looking into getting a Raspberry Pi, running a virtual machine on the Raspberry Pi, and then capturing the Raspberry Pi with a capture card and streaming. But then it was just more money than it was worth. This is the kind of shit that I would do if I had unlimited money. Summer has arrived. I mean, lots of things aren't fun, but if it makes it work. Have you seen those current gen Raspberry Pis, though? They're, like, decent. Decently powerful. I mean, literally all it needs to do is recognize a webcam. Because it doesn't need to run any software. It just needs Windows 98 or Windows 2000 running. If you can get Windows 98 or Windows 2000 running, then you can just plug the camera in and it works. And it registers as a webcam. But Windows 10's just like, you don't exist. But then I'd have to buy a Raspberry Pi and a capture card. It was cheaper for me to buy a GoPro than to do that. So, which is what this camera is. It's a GoPro. I've got so many cables. My desk, it's not even funny. I was in Krug Smash's Discord a couple weeks ago, and there was a bunch of people in there just talking. And somebody's just like, Blind, I know that you have a bunch of crazy equipment. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, what's your cable management like? And I just started laughing hysterically. Cable management? I'm sorry, what? I got like fucking power bars plugged into power bars, like on my desk. Like cables over things. I've got stuff wrapped around things. I got stuff zap strapped to my desk's leg. Piled behind a desk, yes. I mean, I've got like the record player right here, right? Behind the record player is just like 3 daisy-chained power bars that everything's plugged into. 3. And then I have a power bar behind. Of course there is. There's a Reddit for everything. And there's a power bar that's on my desk, which is the only way that I could power my GoPro, because the GoPro's got a specific type of USB, which I don't have for anything else. And so I only have one cable, and it's this long. So there's a power bar on my desk so I can power the GoPro, which is connected to an extension cable, which is plugged into the daisy chain of server racks and such. At some point, I need to, like, actually unfuck my cables, but I think I'll probably do that when I get a new apartment. So in, like, 5 years. I love that all my dwarves are constantly just taking part in stone crafting competitions. Man, imagine if they could have competitions. That'd be so cool. The humans have arrived to trade. And a router suspended by its network cable behind the server rack. I like it. I like it. Perfect. Excellent. Working as intended, as it should be. It's getting late, Riat. We'll see you later, Minstrel. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend a greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, I asked them for food, so I think we'll do that again. Although, I didn't look at the pets that they had. They have hamsters! I need a hamster for my zoo. I also need a snail for my zoo, and an eagle, and a slug. I wonder how long slugs live. Blue jay, hedgehog. I think I might already have one of those. Guinea hen, guinea cock. Peacocks. You know, Dwarf Fortress taught me that peahens are a thing. They have sea otter meats. They have sperm whale. Hey, boys, do you have sperm whale leather? I'd like all that sperm whale leather. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not code for anything. I want that sperm whale leather. Sea otter leather, nautilus leather, sperm whale leather, orca leather. Oh god, that's disturbing. Octopus leather. Hammerhead shark leather. Great white shark leather. Sea lamprey leather. It's a banned term because you can think of something better to say. Please don't try and get around banned terms. If you find something that seems to be a banned term, it's a banned term. I've got a bunch of really random things as banned terms, not because they're necessarily offensive or a problem, but because I find that they degrade from conversations. Yeah, no, it is akin to ouch, but the way it gets used, especially in Twitch chats, is generally doesn't benefit conversations in the slightest and usually just kind of detracts. You didn't know what a Drake was? I did. Because back in like 2010, when League of Legends first came out, we used to always call, me and my group of friends, we used to always call the dragon in League the Drake. And then as in like the rapper, right? But like, you gotta go here and kill Drake real quick, and we thought it was real funny. And then I made the joke, I made the joke once, and a friend of mine quacked at me, and then explained to me that it was also a term for a male duck. So after that, we started killing the quacker, because no one knew what the fuck we were on about. Quacker's dead. What? And I remember when I first started streaming Dwarf Fortress, everybody's like, you should bring a Drake with you, thinking that I would think it's a dragon. I'm like, you mean like a duck? They were like, ah, he knows. They want warhammers? Should we whip up some more hammers for these humans, or nah? I think maybe. If ha 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 gets banned, you're fucked. No, you. Drake. A drake is a term for a type of dragon. Yes. You want to know what my biggest dragon pet peeve ever is? Skyrim. There are no dragons in Skyrim. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. We shall see you next year. Grand Protectors. There are no dragons in Skyrim. Not a single dragon in Skyrim. There is, however, a whole lot of wyverns. Right? Dragons are like big lizards with wings, right? That breathe fire. Wyverns are like big lizards with 2 legs instead of 4 legs. And they have little bat-like fingers on the end of their wings. Those are wyverns. They're generally also a lot more slender. Whereas dragons have 4 legs with wings on their back. Or like wings on their shoulders, kind of. Right? So they have like, almost like just like hands in a way. Like they have front legs. Whereas a wyvern is a different type of dragon. In every single piece of fantasy media that I've ever consumed, there's always been a noticeable difference between dragons and wyverns. Well, I want warhammers, and I got a bunch of silvers, so you know what? Let's just pump out 30 of those right quick. I know. People always make that argument, Focal Fury, but it bothers the hell out of me. It's like one of my irrational dislikes for a video game. It's like, I don't have a lot of things that I dislike for no reason, but that's something that genuinely bothers me. And I'm a little bit bothered that I'm bothered by it, but like, I shouldn't be bothered by it, but I am. I'm treading close to the cereal as soup argument. Sure. But the difference is, cereal is a real thing that actually exists. Dragons don't exist. Right? So, the one that you mentioned is an annoying argument that is pointless because it's a real thing that is a thing. Right? Whereas with dragons, of course dragons exist. Dragons exist in my mind, okay? But I think that the one that I always go back to is Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem has dragon riders, unicorn riders, and wyvern riders. Wyverns in Fire Emblem are like a long, slender animal with a pointy tail. I don't know if they're necessarily poisoned, but they always attack with their tail like a whip that breathe fire, that have bat-like wings with hands at the ends of their wings. And then dragons have big 4 legs, are much tankier, and don't die in one hit. And then unicorns are what the fucking unicorn? Right? Does cereal really exist? You know, I haven't had cereal in... I legitimately haven't had cereal in years. So I don't know. Does cereal exist? I don't know. I think it's... I will always look for opportunities to talk shit about Skyrim. So... Also, speaking of Skyrim, you know what's really weird? Skyrim hasn't been announced for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S yet. And it's Xbox Series, whatever the fuck the new one is. Xbox New Edition. They haven't announced it yet. Which is funny because Microsoft now owns Bethesda. And they haven't announced a remaster, because every other console, no reason to announce. Box Mini Bridge, yeah. God. Yeah, they literally just bought Bethesda like on yesterday. Yeah. Microsoft bought Bethesda and it cost them $7.5 billion. Twice as much as Disney spent on Star Wars. It's crazy. Right? It's actually kind of whack. Well, see, Disney just runs shit into the ground. And Microsoft, well, ate the Zune? And apparently the only reason they bought Bethesda was Ubisoft cost too much. They were trying to buy Ubisoft, which is also funny because I remember there was rumors about 8 months ago or so. It was like the beginning of the year, I guess, before the lockdown happened, that they were in talks to buy EA Games. It was just strictly rumors, but there was rumors about that happening. Supposedly. And supposedly there was supposed to be like a talk for that happening at GDC this year. Slipple, what's up? Dwarfs happen on a frequent basis here, and it's a relatively common occurrence. Nice view cam. Slipple, how are you? Let's find out. I know you're not dead. Oh, there you are. Stonecrafter, legendary of sorts. You killed a Kia, so you're a hero. You own 54 items. You're currently blissful, dining in a very good dining room. You felt wonder communing with Ashen, and you felt lonely after being away from friends. Aww. You only have one friend in the fort who's a passing acquaintance. Oh boy. You have one. You have no friends. No friends. But you're a very sad dwarf. You are quite the loner indeed, yeah. Meanwhile, Hot Cup of Tea is still crying on people in charge. Still crying on people in charge. So how's our loner named Slippery Nipple doing? I have a question. Whatever happened to Slippery Nipple 1? Did you, like, kill him and consume his corpse or something? All right, let's see if these humans... Well, they brought us a bunch of crystal glass. Garnerite hives. They brought us some sheets. I was kind of hoping they'd bring books, but nope, just sheets. They brought us spiked silver ball. Oh, how kind. Yeah, no, they didn't bring any instruments. That's a bummer. He was weak, yeah. Well, obviously, we're going to buy these spinach leaves, the berries. I'm going to make all of those into alcohols and foods. It'll be delicious. And beets. Can they make alcohol out of beets? Cabbages, as well as the salmon, the nautilus. I did ask them to bring all this fish, so we should buy it. They've brought us all of these lovely ocean delicacies that we can't get out here. Like steelhead trout, salmon, cuttlefish, squid, bat ray, seahorse, anchovies, flounder. I wonder what flounder tastes like. Have you brewed cabbage? I don't think you can brew cabbage. Okay, that's a little bit too much fish, guys. Come on. Brought 2 anvils. Swordfish. Terrible movie. Good hacking sequences, though. Good boobs halfway through that movie as well. Best part of the movie, in fact. Maybe the only reason that movie is worth watching? Just to see the tits halfway through. And trade. Speaking of good movies, I rewatched Dread last night. God damn, fucking underrated film. Such a good movie. Hacking. Wait, don't make me add more O's to the block terms. Hold fire. We literally just had this discussion like 10 minutes ago. Ban term in this chat. Please don't use it. Now, come on. Everybody knows that the best hacking scene in any movie ever in the history of ever is, yeah, Crowd of Shakespeare just found it. Cold, it's all good. The best hacking scene in any film ever is, of course, this is a Unix system. I know this. I'm gonna fly around in a bunch of weird geometric shapes and play a Star Fox clone. Woo! Watched the first, like, 3 episodes of a Netflix show and got really fucking bored of it called October something. But it's just, like, vampire hunters. It's fucking stupid. Got really bored of it very fast. But it has this really, really good hacking sequence where she, like, plugs her phone. She pulls, like, a USB out of her, like, phone. Like a full-size USB cable, and plugs it into the side of a server, and then plays like this weird Tetris clone for a few seconds, and then spams a big circular button that just says hack in the center of it. Just taps that a bunch. Engage, Barons? It's real good. When they hacked something in the Matrix 1, they used a real exploit. Really? I have to, at some point, dedicate a weekend to rewatching all 3 Matrix movies. It's been a couple of years. Do you want a hack button? I'll bet you that there's an... Actually, hold on a second. Open the Google Play Store. Type in hack button. Let's see. Hacking simulator. Hack secret codes hacks. IP tools. CCTV camera hacking simulator. Wi-Fi hacker app. I was literally just looking for a button that you can push that... Anyway. Like shooting fish in a barrel. How so? Thanks for the lurks, by the way, Patolis. Discovered in February 2001 by security analyst Milo Zaleski. Very real buffer overflow and chunk of code designed to guard against cryptographic hacks. Huh. I don't know. So I realize that the Matrix is just garbage in a lot of ways. Fucking hell, I love the Matrix. Love that fucking movie. It's so fucking good. Second one's also good. Third one's also good. You're welcome to disagree with me, but they're like perfect garbage. If you like garbage like me, then they're great garbage. There isn't a lot of garbage that's as good as the Matrix garbage. Third is too short? Yeah, I could agree with that. Oh, I need to stop processing plants. Yeah, I'm not one of those people, Slipple. I like all 3 Matrix movies. Hacker Typer. Yeah, Hacker Typer is literally the best hacking simulator. Especially the part where it just turns into an a link to buy Amazon stuff. I'm very fast at typing. Like I said, literally the best hacking simulator. And I can't wait for the fourth Matrix. I'm sure it will be a burning pile of trash, but you know what? I'm excited. Did I ever watch Mr. Robot? There is no legal, easy way for me to watch Mr. Robot without giving a bunch of money to fucking whatever the CBS Access Pass thing is. And frankly, I don't feel like subscribing to another service. So no, I haven't seen Mr. Robot. If they put it on Amazon Prime or Netflix, I'd watch it. Although the TV show that I really want to watch is Devs. But I, again, haven't watched Devs because there isn't a legal way for me to watch Devs. What story are you telling? It's telling the story of how in the early winter of 33, the Ignited Creation attacked the seductions of living of the joyous devil at Spiry Desert. And the dwarf Crew Granite led the dwarves Crew Granite led the attack. The defenders were led by the goblin Dang Horror Run. Interesting. I don't R. You can R. I don't steal things. What's my favorite TV show of the past couple of years? Past couple of years. Probably The Expanse. Expanse or Ozark? You miss Junkyard Wars? I also miss Junkyard Wars. They made a submarine out of a fucking car engine. Cave Johnson is a pretty good TV show. But yeah, probably one of those two. Why do you ask? Both fine. Yeah, no, I really like stuff like that. I also watch a lot of documentary shows. Stuff and like a lot of documentary series. And that being said, season 3 of The Expanse was kind of weak. But everything else for The Expanse is, like, the most recent season was real good. Wish it did a little more. Probably. I don't know. I wish they made another Dread movie. I'm still just, like, rewriting that high, because I watched Dread back when it came out at a friend's house. We rented it because that was 2012 when you could still rent DVDs. We rented it and loved it. And I watched it again like a couple of years ago. And I just rewatched Dread last night because I finished 2012 one. I think it was when that movie came out. 2012 Dread. The remake. Never liked Stallone. I've never liked Stallone in anything. I don't like Stallone. I've never liked him. But that movie is so fucking underrated. Like, it was a complete and total flop. Like, it got canned in theaters. I said Stallone, Stone, not Stone. Never liked Stallone. I don't know. There's only one movie I like Stallone in, and that's Rambo, First Blood. It's the only Stallone film I've ever liked. I've never really enjoyed Stallone outside of that. I've never found him to be particularly entertaining or engaging or fun to watch. Audio's reading books. Would you look at that? What a genius. Wants to practice a craft. Well, how about I give you weaponsmithing and you go help with the smithing of weapons? But Stallone likes me? I don't think so. Have you ever seen the way he pouts? Excuse me? YouTube, why are you throwing ads in the middle of my fucking YouTube videos? Stop it. Man, I'm sure Stallone's a nice enough bloke in real life, but I don't know. I just never found him even remotely entertaining. It's like I just that's the one thing I've always like kind of found about Stallone is if I'm gonna watch a cheesy action hero, he's not the one that I want to see. Interesting. Organize a woodcrafting demonstration. Huh. I've never played a Metal Gear game, so I can't say. It wouldn't really be a thing for me. I feel like if they were going to make a Metal Gear Solid related thing, though, that it would have to be an anime. I mean, Metal Gear Solid, from what I know of it, it basically just looks like a mecha anime, so. I was never a PlayStation kid growing up. But I never had the ability to play those games. I mean, I know that, like, my earliest Metal Gear games were on MSX, but, like, I just never played them. And they look fine, but, like, I don't know. I'm not a Kojima fanboy by any stretch. I'll just put it that way. I'd probably enjoy them, but I don't know. I just don't think they'd be open enough for me to actually genuinely enjoy them. But so confused and difficult to piece together the actual story. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I know people love digging into that stuff and figuring out all those stories, and I don't know. It's just same reason I kind of skipped Death Standing. There's a new Jack Skellington action figure. So what? I mean, I can give you a perfectly fine alternative to that. Goldfire. Feast your eyes on this utter garbage. Man standing. It's $1. Okay. And it lets you simulate walking. With a box on your back, in fact. I said utter garbage. All right? But if you really want to walk, The Alfina Games team, together with Alfina Games World Publishing, are pleased to present a unique game experience. Get ready to challenge nature and incredible dangers and serious enemies, and most importantly, yourself. I kinda love the parody of it. I mean, it's literally just a Death Stranding parody. Except it's $1 instead of a full price release. What's the giant box? It's a parody of Death Stranding. It is I'm happy that it exists, you know. It looks silly. I've never actually played. Never given them $1. Maybe one day I will. Maybe when it goes on sale and it's like 60 cents. Yeah, you deliver the box. To be clear, I'm not saying that Death Stranding looks like a bad game. In fact, I would probably very much enjoy it because it literally just looks like spin tires to me, but you walk instead of like drive trucks. That being said, I don't feel like fucking watching a 4-hour movie every 10 minutes, so I'm good. Also, my biggest problem with Kojima games is the way everybody is constantly grunting and moaning like they do in anime, but it looks anatomically correct and it's just weird. Like, it genuinely is strange in a way I do not like. Like, I don't know. My name is Mistum. Still your outpost liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I wonder how old this dwarf's getting. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? I mean, like, they have some excellent actors, okay? In Death Stranding. Some excellent actors. Genuinely excellent. And 99% of their lines are... etc. What I'm saying actually is Kojima Productions, hire me. I can do better, and I only charge $11 an hour. Because I need work. Help! What did you just join into? My best Death Stranding Kojima voice acting direction impression. What are you doing, fuck? What's up? You don't want to play as a real world actor. Yeah, $11 an hour for voice acting. It is a steal. Being a steal, I just ordered a bunch of steel from Dwarves. Seriously though, like, if anybody wants to hire me to do voice acting in your game, if you want me to like sound like a Kojima game, I can do all of the you need, and I'm sure it'll work. You'll finalize the import agreement. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. Chat, you want to know what's amazing? Friday's my day off, and it's only Tuesday. Here's the thing that happened, right? I had two-day weekends in a row because I took the 4th and 5th off and then the 11th and 12th off. And I haven't had a day off since the 12th, so I've been going a little stir-crazy over here. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. Well, look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Has anybody seen the videos of the voice actors passing out in the booth doing the screams for DBZ? Yeah, we've been at 69% for a little bit. Can someone please break the 69% to get us past it so people will continue funding my day off? Yeah, there's videos of that. Why do I still have a ginkgo wood training sword? The fuck? gonna sell all these meat pots. But yeah, no, it exists, cold fire. Bum ba da dum bum bum bum. Bum ba da dum bum bum bum. Yay, we're 70%. Sweet. But regardless, fuck, how's things been? Things have been good. You got your first room? Yay! As over here, I got good news. The skies have cleared, and it no longer looks like it's raining acid, fire, and hell from the sky whenever I look at the light from outside. I've seen blue sky for the last 2 days, which has been nice. It's event time, but no one seems to know what's fully happening. I mean, then they don't know if you're not doing any work. Eh? Outside. Because we had the smoke fire from all of the forest fires. And it smelled like burning tarmac outside for days. Then it rained, and now my air quality is no longer worse than Beijing, China. So... Washington no longer houses the most polluted cities in the world, and my city is no longer one of the most polluted cities in the world, which is nice. It was literally just because forest fire smoke. No. In fact, it's a really bad comparison, hence why I was making the comparison, to give you an idea on how bad the air quality was. God. It felt like living in a Factorio factory at the center of your pollution. Fires from the States, mostly, yeah. We also have some fires up here as well, which weren't helping, but mostly from fires down in Oregon and Cali. Because of the gender reveal party. That was one of the big ones that caused a lot of problems. Good going, guys. I don't play Factorio, no. Can't fucking stand that trash. I don't mind watching it, though. Can't fucking deal with... Blech. Crap game. More like IQ reveal party. The score is low. Oh no! Well, I traded the very fancy mug. Whoops. Oops. Oh well. It's fine. Well, something just spooked my dwarves. Ah, there's Kia's. No, actually, they didn't trade the mug. I have no idea what artifact that was. Yeah, because Blood Breach, the Seed of Rising, is still just sitting here, which is the highest, which is an artifact, granite mug. All craft worship is at the highest quality. It's encircled with bands of round granite cabochons. So I'm not sure which artifact that was. kill these Kias. IKEA is obviously an Apple product. That just reminds me of the Iraq. Did anybody see that comedy sketch from a number of years ago? I want to say it was on like Comedy Central or something. Cover your dwarves and on all of the rest of trade. I'm not even making mugs now. You don't need piles. You put a chest in your tavern. You hit L. Okay. I almost banned stone because I misclicked. You hit L. You go to your tavern, right? And then you say goblets desired, and you just go brrr, hold in that any number for a bit until it hits 100, and then they put all the goblets in there. I lost my mouse, and DF wasn't selected because I somehow managed to tab out. It would be funny. It would be bad. It would be an oops, sorry, stone unban. Although it would ruin Stone's perfect score of 999 plus messages, 0 timeouts, 0 bans, 0 mod comments. The Weaponsmith King is fighting, grabs a Kia by the first toe with his left upper arm, and takes the Kia by the first toe with the foot of the weapon. Wait, what? Okay. The Weaponsmith takes the Kia down by the first toe on the right foot with the weaponsmith's upper arm. And King says, this is my fight too. It might require an answer. I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. I have part in this. This might require an answer. DeBerries, the stoneworker, punches a Kia in the upper body. His right hand. The injured part collapses into a lump of gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the Kia is propelled away by the force of the blow. And DeBerries says, I have part in this. There is no need to feel vengeful. DeBerries then says, I cannot stand by. Finally, he says, this is my fight too. There is no need to feel vengeful. Get up, come on, get down with the Kia. Get up, come on, get down with the Kia. He needs a dead Kia version of the Kia. You know, I've gained a lot of followers today, but somehow I'm losing followers. I don't know what I've done to offend all of you today, but like, goddamn. It's easier to just watch this stream and smoke. What are you smoking? That's the important question. Because we came to the realization, I think it was like 6 months ago, that my stream is just the stream that people get really baked and watch. I'm totally fine with it. Yes. Fair enough. Never even drank in your life? You're not missing. More for me. Dabs and cigars. Can't stand cigars. They stank. But never fully understood the appeal of cigar. Dwarves, are you guys okay? Thanks for all the free ammunition, but like... Why? Because the cigar is coming? Dwarven child pilot is fighting. Dwarven child grabs the Kia by the right upper leg with his right hand. The Dwarven child punches the Kia in the lower body with his left hand, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and the child says, "I cannot stand by. There is no need to feel vengeful." Pilot. You good little kid over there playing make-believe, feeling terrified and vengeful. I mean, he killed a Kia. Premier strange side of the family. Yeah, secondhand smoke sucks. Although one of the funniest unfollows I ever got, I can't remember what the topic was. I think Hobo was talking about difficulties of obtaining cannabis without getting in trouble in Florida because it's very illegal in Florida. And I want to say that's what we were talking about. Anyway, Kias are still dive bombing that poor trade caravan. Where are you at? Quickly do a trade. Oh, never mind. They embarked. Just make sure that they can leave. Looks like they'll be able to. Everyone is high in Florida? Nah, it's like what, 3 months in prison? And massive fines if you have a joint on you. Anyway, I mean, everyone is high in Florida. It doesn't make it legal. But we were talking about that, and it was still during the intro portion of the show. So like I was playing records and we were just chilling, and this bloke who'd been following me for a bit piped up in chat and said, "I thought you were better than this." And I was just like, "I'm sorry, what?" And he's like, "Why are you trying to normalize the use of illegal drugs?" It's like, well, they're legal where I am. So there's no problem, technically. That poor Astro just got scared all the way across the fort when joining an existing conflict. Yeah, pretty much. Cat pig. Although maybe it was just my dad in the chat stealthily. Maybe not a couple of generations ago. But definitely since like, what, the 70s? I guess, yeah, that's a couple generations. What's the gold grid? Bottom right? Iron ore. We have thousands of it. I got more iron ore than I'll ever need. Yeah, it's limonite. We dug it all up when we were actually digging up the pit. There was just vein after vein after vein after vein of it. So we have more iron ore than we realistically know what to do with. An iron colossus? I don't know. Iron giant, you mean? Vomit is the blue. Mostly children. If we will do pixel art floors. I mean, people definitely do pixel art in DF. I don't know if I'll do pixel art floors. If I do pixel art floors, it'll be like, I'll draw like a star or something. Certainly not going to draw Mario or anything. But yeah, no, you can absolutely do pixel art. Like the stuff that Cupo does. There's basically mud everywhere. If you unbuild and rebuild floors, it gets rid of the mud. Because like the red up here, this is mud for us. I love mud. Dusting of mud. Although we're actually starting to like get to a point where I might need to refill my water. Wow, that's actually impressive. Wait, hold on a second. Nice. What's this? Granite. F. Stone. Do. Apostle, still a little depressed, frustrated being unable to practice a craft for too long. I need to hack down more trees because, you know, I need wood. This is going to suddenly make a flood of dwarves come into this. This tunnel. Well, hopefully it's a good dinner. I kind of wish I could have guests over. That's like one of the issues I have with my apartment is it's not exactly guest friendly. Like I don't own a table, for example. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. Feels like it's been a long time today. I don't know. We started year 50, right? I wonder what year we're in now. My guess is like 52. '52 late autumn. Good shit. I don't know what Sheshushka is, but I'm going to look it up. Early food. It's a dish of eggs poached in sauce of tomatoes, olive oil, and peppers. Ooh. Here, please. Only been 2 tributes so far. You know, you make a valid point, yeah. Everybody's constructing these buildings. There's so many. Meanwhile, Hot Cup of Tea is pondering reproductive behavior. And he was in doubt after pondering reproductive behavior. Oh no. That is upsetting. I thought that granite was Fluxstone. Maybe it's not. Rock. Dolomite. Yeah. No, we don't. Never mind. Can't make pig iron. Marble is a flux. Yeah, granite is not. For some reason, I had like this momentary lapse of sanity where I thought that granite was a flux stone. Next time they'll bring us a frog and a wooden ring. More likely giant toad leather or giant frog leather. Actually, is there giant frogs in Dwarf Fortress? More likely like frog leather. Wouldn't it be interesting if they brought like a live creature in a cage as tribute? It's like, you have a caged Kia. It's like, you understand us. Also, guys, you know, I haven't said thank you enough today, so thank you so much to everybody who's hanging out, watching the stream, chilling in the channel. To everybody who's gifted subs today. To Spitalier for the bits and Zapdos for the tip earlier. You guys are keeping me funded and keeping me here, so thank you so much. I wish I had a soundboard to just make that honk work, but... There you go. I mean, Patolis, you go above and beyond, frankly. I got a lot of work to do tonight, because tonight I get to download that YouTube video that Kit Fox put up this morning and hack it into little pieces and do a very detailed video of every single separate piece of the UI. Because I want to. 100k channel points. It's harder now. It's harder to get 100k channel points because you, like, you know, in order to be a good channel viewer, you also have to make me go away for a day, right? Metal crafting demonstration. Oh, that's cool. I guess you got hungry and decided to cancel it. Thanks, Metsus. And Peter. You've been thinking that for a while? Wait, thinking what? That it's harder? They get to 100k channel points now? But you also want to used to be rich? I mean, for whatever it's worth, I'm gonna not do a points goal for a little bit for that. I might do another one for something smaller and sillier. I don't know. We'll see. If you don't give him a day off, you get more points when he has to stream. Oh no. I don't like this one bit, Focal Fury. But you'll get more today in DFs if you make me go away, because I'll have more energy to edit. You could also just, like, throw the minimum at instead of the full 2,000. Like, you don't need to throw the full 2,000 every time. So instead of throwing the full 2,000, you could just throw the 200. How would one do that? Stone. Making a fortress that's obsessed with garlic. I mean, okay, so it's funny, actually, Axon. Well, kind of funny, but on the same subject. When I was talking with Krug Smash once, and he was talking about how it's weird now that he's taking days off, or like a week off every 3 weeks, and he's like, this is the most free time I've ever had ever in his whole adult working life. And then he was talking about how much more he could get done if he had another week off, and I was like, just make it a Patreon goal. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, just say, like, give me $10,000 a month and I'll take 2 weeks off or something. Like, just have a big, like, kind of unachievable Patreon goal and just see if you pull it off. I don't think he ever did it. Kind of makes me sad. I kind of wish that he would do it. There's also more iron ore in the walls up here. Right here. I never noticed that. Huh. Crowdfund your vacations? Yeah, basically. I mean, I've actually thought about doing that. Just saying, like, for vacations in the future and convention. I mean, isn't that basically a convention? Hey, give me money so I can go to TwitchCon. But that actually just give me money so I can go on a vacation. I mean, I can tell you right now, I work myself to levels that isn't necessarily a good idea. Some part of that is my own doing. Part of that is to help keep myself sane. Like, realistically, I'm happier working this much. But at the same time, like, I certainly work too much. Certainly. Create a massive field of it. I thought you were just going to be like, make a massive pile of garlic. Well, I mean, like I try and tell people, like, I like to be as transparent about things as possible. Most days, streaming, I make less than $30 a day. Most days. Every now and again, there's a day that I do really well, and that kind of evens it out a bit. But generally I make way below minimum wage. But I also work like basically 7 days a week. So does even out a little bit. There's a lot of days where I don't make much. And I kind of depend on those lucky days where I do really well and someone's really generous, and that holds me over for the days where I don't do so hot. You know, like, it was earlier this week. It was, yeah, 3 days ago, I made $2.80. Like, but that's not counting the money I make from Patreon, which is $10 a day because I get $300 a month-ish. Well, unless it's a 31-day month, then it's a little bit less, but, you know, semantics. Also, the money I get from YouTube, which is just kind of passive income, which is roughly $60 a month right now. So every other month I get a paycheck from YouTube, roughly. That's 30 days on YouTube. I actually have it right here. Last 28 days on YouTube, I made $59.61. Yeah. The best day I had in the last 30 days, and this was actually pretty good. Best day I had was that one, which was $5.22 on August 27th. That was a good day on YouTube. Man, if I could do that every day, fuck, that would be excellent. No, I don't. And then even when I'm not working, like, I'm only a few feet away from the PC. But like I always tell people, I am at risk in a fucking pandemic. My little sister can't get jobs because she's also at risk in a pandemic. So she literally, like, can't go work right now. Period. So the fact that I actually have a job is fucking miraculous. Unless she works from home, which it's hard to find a new work-at-home job, right? So it's like, I talk about it in some ways that might make me sound ungrateful or unhappy or like I'm in a bad situation, but I'm not. And I'm not trying to make it sound that way, because that's just not true. I'm in an excellent situation and incredibly fucking fortunate to have this thing that I've built, whatever it is. I'm placing all these instruments that I apparently have that I was kind of unaware of. Putting them in the guild halls and... And yes, there's certainly jobs I could have that would pay better, but like, if someone turned around and was just like, hey, Blind, have this job with a salary, but you have to go into an office, I'd probably be like, nah. Garlic is wonderful and delicious. I love garlic. Yeah, do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life is the most incorrect statement I've ever heard in my entire fucking life, and I hate it so much. Like, I have the dream job. There are days where I stare at the clock and I'm like, man, I've only streamed 6.5 hours. Really stream another 2. You know? Like, I literally play video games for a living, and there are days where maybe I'm in a bad mood, right? Like, I was talking with Rhinestone when we were recording an episode of my podcast, or maybe not, actually. Maybe we were just playing Trackmania. I can't remember what we were doing, but he's stated that he loves working in warehouses, because if he's having a bad day, he could just fuck off to the far end of the warehouse and just not talk to anybody. Right? I do not have the ability to do that, and I miss that. Like, back when I worked in fast food, if I had a bad day, I could just put my earbuds in, ignore my coworkers, and work. And it was great. Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life because your field isn't hired. Yeah, okay. No, I get it. I had to, like, read the whole thing out loud to get it. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's like working in archaeology. It's like... I want to say 2 of my stream team members have archaeology degrees. Like, what? Like, Bellinair has a degree in archaeology, and I want to say FG did something with archaeology. Might be wrong there, but I have to ask her. But I know Bellinaire has a degree in archaeology. He's actually worked on dig sites and shit, and worked in a university for a bit. And it's like, what? He needed the money? Oh no. That's awful. Oh, I get you. That sucks. Sad to read. I've adopted this strategy of find something you enjoy and are good at that's slightly distanced from your hobby. Keep both fun. I need to speak with this one PR manager who keeps sending me multiple codes. She double sent the email. Sent me a code for it 2 days ago and just sent me another one. Whoops. Why you do marketing but don't see yourself working in the gaming industry, but then you also do like some marketing material for me and my team for some spare change on the side for funsies type deal, right? And for those of you who don't know, like Fog did this for me and B-Lug, right? Fog's done a lot of really good art for my team in the past, such as like this shit. This is all Fog. All of this is Fog that you're looking at right now. That's all Fog. If you need artwork, fucking call Fog. Maybe don't. I don't know if he's doing, if his commissions are open. Fog does great branding stuff. You need a cartoon goat chewing on rocks? I would call Cooler if you need cartoon stuff. Although I don't know if Cooler's in the chat right now. Cooler Cooler did all of my sub badges, this screen and all that stuff. And as well as my skeletons and all of the logo work and stuff, as well as all of the art in the Today in Dwarf Fortress videos. And all my thumbnails. Whereas Fog does the kind of minimalist, neat branding stuff. But we've done about 5 hours of DF. Cooler is the emote guy. Cooler is the emote guy. And the cartoony drawings guy. But I've kind of run out of ideas for stuff to do today. We did pretty well, though. Mostly political stuff. We have convinced the humans to bring us tribute every spring. You have an IP idea involving goats? Oh, well, if you need cartoony art, Cooler's the guy to go to. And I have the hiccups. God fucking damn it. We've done about 6 hours of DF, but I've had a couple requests to play some more Lost Flame. So I think we're going to do some more of that. Because that game's fun and kind of neat. So I think we're going to call it on the DFs for today. If you are here specifically for Dwarf Fortress, there is someone else streaming Dwarf Fortress. No idea how good they are. They claim to be learning DF. But if you want more DF, there's more DF content on my a YouTube channel that you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. If you're peacing out, I would like to remind you that I have a Patreon if you want to support the dumb shit that I do here. But we're swapping games now. We're gonna play a little bit of a tiny roguelike that nobody's heard of and nobody bought, which is cool because I like to support weird games. So just give me a mo. And shall we? Also, neat statistic. I'm actually certain I'm the only person who's ever streamed this game. I feel bad, man. There's so many games out there that massively underappreciated. Also, hello, Infinity. How has your day been? I'm just going to lean the chair back a little bit and get cozy.